exciting, important episode. Being a woman myself and having lots of girls as well, this is going to be a very exciting episode. I'm looking forward to all the wonderful speakers. I can see Dr. Ghazala there, and our regulars. Looking forward to hearing everybody's experience on this, but a very, very important topic for today. I'm looking forward to hearing everybody's experience. But I particularly think that women, this episode is particularly important because we often neglect ourselves. I remember once being a mother, everything is kind of focused around your children and you become secondary. But I think it's important to self-love yourself, to look after, because we are the foundation. We look after so many things as a mother, as a wife, there are responsibilities. And so if we don't look after ourselves, how we are going to be strong enough to look after others and our families? So absolutely crucial, today's episode. Thank you.
Thank you. I am also very glad to welcome another iconic lady, Dr. Ghazala Jabin from Wales, who have joined us. She is a lady in her own self and renowned, well-known, versatile, dynamic, beautiful, fashionable. And let's know from her what she has to say about today's episode. And also would like to welcome our special guest from Sweden and Jeswart. Global Namaste to both of you. A very good afternoon and a very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. Global Namaste, everybody. And first of all, this episode always puts a smile on my face just because it allows us to just feel like, yes, we can take time out. Yes, we can think about ourselves. And yes, we can do whatever we like because we do contribute in so many ways, from our sacrifices through the years of our life and being the role that we have been to different people. And when we can just take a moment today to reflect upon ourselves, I think it's wonderful when we come together to actually amplify that sound, that message, and that healing part of what this whole program is all about. So I will share a few more things of the tips as we go on later. But before we do any of that, Dr. Amrita Sharma, first of all, thank you always for a beautiful introduction and setting the scene and bringing the beautiful vibes of yourself over from India over here. And globally, we reach out that energy with it. And Dr. Kailash Parekh, we are just always, waiting upon your words of wisdom whenever you share that in such a heartfelt way that you do, bringing the arms of yourselves over to support everybody where you've yourself gone through many journeys. So with that, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to my beautiful guest, sister from another mister, and from one country to another. We've hop-skipped about different workplaces. She's been at the receiving end of my coaching. I've been at the receiving end of her healing. She's a lady that has got a warmth and everything within her. She is born in Germany. She's actually got the heart of Africa. She lives in Sweden. She's got a wealth of knowledge and a big, beautiful heart with skill set that is like a toolbox bigger than a man with a mechanic in a garage with all the things to put right to help people. But she is also a very soft-centered person that once you get to know her, you just can't just let her go in her life. And her aim is really to bring joy, happiness, success, because she herself gets happy when she has an idea, concept to help somebody through a process and a path to help them succeed, whether it's personal development, whether it's business, whether it's woman-to-woman empowerment. But she's just a wonderful human being, and I'm delighted that we once again get a chance to not only share different platforms, but have her back to be doing some great work. So with that, allow me to introduce my dear friend, Antje Schwartz from Sweden. Antje, welcome. Global Namaste to you. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Global Namaste to this beautiful audience here. I already feel so much love and such good vibes, and I love the community aspect, and that we can watch episodes on replay on YouTube, which is fantastic. And I'm really, really honored to be here and share my thoughts and wisdom with all of you, and also be on the receiving end from the great minds and even greater hearts that are in this room here together. So thank you for that. And today we're going to talk about energy healing, right? Okay.
We are.
So the topic self-love is really, really interesting because in all the years, and we're going now decades back, where I've been interested in what is this frequency? What is this energy healing? Because as a child, I could feel things. I didn't understand what and how it was. As a teenager, I became interested in the teachings from India that came across, where mind over body, and in the martial arts world, where people just had such a profound impact from their mental and emotional state into the physical world. And that just has been my passion and my interest throughout my life, actually. And when I read self-love, I often struggle with the concept and the word, because what does it mean? You know, does it mean I'm just, oh, I'm so great? Yes and no. Okay, does it mean that I push myself? Yes and no. So today I want to just demystify a little bit what is energy healing and how can we apply this in day-to-day life, and how can we remember that we are all doing it on a daily basis. So first of all, frequency, energy is the is the base of this universe. Albert Einstein said it so beautifully: there is no other way around it, and it's been picked up by science, by mystics, by people. So frequency, physics, is the base of this universe, and love gives it meaning, shape, and color. So now neither one of them is overly complicated, meaning we don't have to study physics and be a quantum physics, and we don't have to be a super duper psychology to understand love, or philosopher, or whatever, you know. No, we just need to bring them together and remember how simple they are and how we are doing it on a day-to-day basis, right? Now, for example, well, science tells us that all emotions have got a certain frequency, that all body organs have got a certain frequency. And while your thoughts are electric, you can measure those, and your emotional heart energy is magnetic, you measure those as well. Together, it creates an electromagnetic field around your body. And here, this beautiful body of all of ours is just atoms and neutrons and electrons vibrating at different states and different speeds. I'm always fascinated that this is actually solid, because we're just the blob of vibrating things, let's put it this way, because we want to keep it simple. So in my understanding and practice, and what I've observed in the world, is energy healing is the easiest when you remember how to feel good, and how to feel good long term. There's a difference between a quick fix that feels good and a long term, heartfelt feeling good, which means that you're in alignment with your soul and with your life's purpose. And again, what's the meaning of life? It's actually not that complicated, because if you look at small children, what do? They're just expressing themselves in all forms of shapes, but they have one common thing: they're happy, right? So the meaning of life could be summed up in be as happy and joyous as possible when you expressing yourself. And then it doesn't really matter whether you are a doctor, whether you're a mechanic, whether you're just a monk, whether you're meditating. It doesn't matter, as long as you're happy from the inside, deep in your heart. So this is a way of finding your own energy healer within yourself, because you all have the ability and capability. It's just most of the times in the busy, busy world, being a mother, being a wife, being a sister, being an employee, being an employer, we forget. It is simple as that. So if today all of us, we can remember what it is to feel good, that's a major achievement, right?
I have a question there for you, Antia, because you've summed that up, and I know there's a bit more to it, but just in that beautiful part, this little particle, the space that we are all in this formation, what seems solid, and yet we're all mush or whatever we are, that we are the being of that. If you could share with our audience also a little bit about some of the things that we can do in simple terms of taking care of these particles of space of ours and keeping it aligned or keeping it balanced or keeping it together in a way that we can handle things that can sometimes knock us off balance a little bit. So that would also be good to understand that through that field of energy healing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, one of the examples we've just done at the beginning of this call, and I love that you said just keep it together. So if you think about electromagnetic, our job is to just constantly pull ourselves towards ourselves so that all those little cells, we stick together, right? And as a community, because I mean, human beings are tribe animals, we're not supposed to be alone forever, so we just get drawn to people. It's in our language. So one of the beautiful, beautiful little techniques how you can raise your own frequency, your own vibration, is by chanting. There's, without going too much detail, the vagus nerve. A chant, a hum for yourself is a massage for the soul. It stimulates your vagus nerve, and your vagus nerve is responsible for a whole lot of goodness. So chanting, humming, it doesn't matter where you are, how you are, just making that sound, because as a spiritual soul being, you are made out of sound, light, and color. So let your voice be heard. Let it come out. Not everybody's a rock star, but you can hum. So that's the thing, because when you're also humming, you're doing breathing, you're doing conscious breathing, you're breathing in and out. That are the biggest tools that everyone has available everywhere, to hum and to breathe consciously.
That's beautiful. That is that simple technique. I want to bring Dr. Kailash back in here for a few seconds, because I know that she was smiling as you were speaking, and some things obviously resonated. So, Dr. Kailash, what's your little take on that so far?
Well, I want to say thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. And I really love all this energy work. I really believe that we have different layers. We're not just the body, but we have all these different layers, energetic field. And what you said, beauty about the colors and about this just resonated with me. And I want to hear more about it, because I just love it. And you mentioned this special, is it a gland or something that kind of when you chant, it gets stimulated? And I'd like to learn more about that, actually. I've heard about the pituitary glands and all these different glands, but what you just mentioned was quite new to me. So I want to read into that more and learn more about it. But definitely I'll be chanting, because like you said, it raises that vibration, doesn't it? And I do love singing. I sing to myself. I don't sing to others, but I think it makes me feel good and releases some of the trapped emotions. I find that I feel lighter afterwards when chanting. It raises that something inside me, like you said. There's that kind of vibrations. So I'd love it. And if there's a book or any article, anything that I can watch, please do let me know.
Okay. All right. Well, I can just briefly explain. I mentioned the vagus nerve, and the vagus nerve is the longest nerve that you have in your body. It goes from your brain all the way into your colon, and it goes like this. Okay, so it is a massive, massive one-piece nerve kind of thing, and it is responsible for the gut-brain connection, which makes us brain fog, overwhelm. You're only overwhelmed when you're not grounded, when there's too much energy stuck here. So by breathing, for example, you ground yourself, and everything that's stuck in your head can flow down into Mother Earth, and then can be recycled, and you can draw it up as life force again. So the chanting, the humming, creates a slight vibration in the body, which then has a very soothing effect on your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system, which also you could say it then has a very soothing effect on your subconscious mind. And all our actions, emotions, and thoughts, and what we do and who we are is 95% run by the subconscious mind. So this is where the chanting comes in with the vagus nerve. And the pituitary, all the other glands, that's a different topic. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I can remember. That's really interesting. So it runs from the back of the head right to the spine. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah, and it branches out in around your heart and your organs and things like that. So it's massive. It's the biggest nerve that you have.
Brilliant. I'll look into that one. But thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Enlightened.
That's brilliant. And whilst we have, I'd like to have Dr. Amrita Sharma also share a little bit of her take on it, because she started the whole event today in that beautiful vibration where we were actually at the receiving end, but also, as you said, when we chant and hum ourselves, it's a different frequency within ourselves. So Dr. Amrita, what do you think so far of Antia's little sharing of her healing ways and some basic tips? Just nice to hear your thoughts on it.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazala. Actually, I had a very big smile on my face because all my work of research is based on the same topic, and it gives a lot of authentication when you try to do something and so many people already believe in that system. And I think that yeah, so vagus nerve, one of the I I would say beautiful creations of God, which people were not knowing, but now people have a big discussion about it and how our gut brain axis is connected. So my work is basically on gut brain axis and vagus nerve. So in that connection, I really uh, I can understand and also resonate with your thoughts and the whole process of understanding the physiology in terms of even when you say about the energies which comes not so basically your another mind is in your gut as well. If your gut is not healthy, your mind is also not okay. Yeah. So it's all about those chakras that comes from the Manipura chakra, or you say the Vishuddhi chakra, and then the Ajna and the Sahasrara. So that connection of all these energy centers, which are interconnected, and through the nerves, these connections of energies, they go and absolutely some techniques where you are humming, you are chanting, you're resonating certain words. That is taking your mind off the way, and some other hormones and neurotransmitters are being working at neurological pathways where they help in creating different synapses that helps to release the endorphins or the other hormones that in terms of dopamine or serotonin or many other hormones that makes your parasympathetic things go on. And yeah, I think that's how the music works. So most of the time we listen to music or we chant something or we sing. You must have heard so many people love listening to the music while cooking. They love singing in the bathrooms. They love singing while they are doing certain activities like that. And those are the things that gives a lot of connection with your throat chakra and your your basically crown chakra and your chakra, which is related with the Manipura chakra. So I think, yeah, which is very nice.
That's beautiful, beautiful feedback with it to add on to that. And it's just, as you say, your subject of interest and exploring those different areas. And here we are educating everybody, not only through our education, through our experiences, and also collectively bringing an understanding, a better understanding for us to appreciate our body even better. And just before we get Antia to give us some final words, but say, Dr. Amrita Sharma, and can I just say you're looking absolutely gorgeous. And I would like to know what shampoo you use, because your hair is like full of body and bounce and really healthy and glowing and
I haven't done anything.
Have you not?
Sorry. They become like this because I've got vata hair. So
Well, I tell you
After
what,
a wash,
whatever,
they become bouncy.
it's working great. It's working great because I was thinking if you got some secret tips and today is part of sharing this stuff, I was thinking you better share away with that one. You do look marvelous, marvelous. So with that one, Antia, if you just want to just give us your sort of final takes, we'd like you to stay on, and there's other feedback that we're going to get and hear from other specialists as well. But any other final words you'd like to share in this segment of yours before we move on?
Yes, sure. I just want to pick up on the phrase take your mind off things. That is so important because, again, without being a quantum physicist, energy flows where your focus goes. So another way of feeling good about yourself is just to find that spot where you feel good. Because, yes, one area in your body or in your life might not be the way you want it to. And what do we tend to do? We tend to focus only on that little piece. I mean, just think about you have a mosquito bite. Okay. You have got billions of cells that are working fine. And that mosquito bite, that itch, that drives you crazy. So when we just stop on that one and focus on that what is actually working more and draw the strengths from there to fix or to adjust or to transform the areas physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually that we're not in alignment with. That already is a therapist in itself because you have the wisdom here in your heart. It's just about to stop, hum a nice tune, go inside and listen to what your soul is speaking to you. Listen to the guidance, listen to the creativity from within and obviously from without panels like this, So I would say my final words is keep it simple. You are an energy healer in your own right. And deep inside, you know what is the best for you. So listen to it. And like I always say to my children when they say, I know, I said, listen and act accordingly.
Brilliant. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Antia, for those wonderful words. I'm going to hand it back over to Dr. Amrita Sharma to take it away on the next part of our program. But Antia, stay in line with this because this is as much as you're giving to us is going to be giving to you too, to really soak up today's program. So over to you, Dr. Amrita.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazalaji, and thank you, Dr. Auntie, as well as Dr. Kailash Parekh. I will be connecting with you. Please stay online, and also we would like to have more insights from you. And the beautiful thing is, your success doesn't lie in your mind; it lies in your heart. The way you believe, the way the world runs, and that's the very sweet message what we have from you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gazella, for bringing her as well as being a part of this family. You're most welcome. And we will be sharing more episodes and insights and your wisdom through our words and our online episodes very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Kailash Parekh, isn't it interesting to get so many beautiful ladies and to have the insights from all of them from time to time and the aspects of the perspective they have there in their life, they share. It's always very warming and very nice. So what have you to say, your comments before we move over to our next guest?
Absolutely. What you just said is so crucial. Today's episode, it's a must for all women actually, and young girls as well. And what I'm just hearing today is about us giving that time, not feeling guilty about it, but we need that bit of space, don't we, to sort of go within ourselves and give that time to reflect and just be ourselves. And we all deserve that, because we're all busy running around doing things. But that's what you just said today. It's resonated with me so deeply that we must make that time. We must listen to that inner self, and to help us, to re-energize ourselves. I think this is what I like. My busy life, I don't get that space, but I must make that space, just that quiet space for myself, so that I can then within myself, kind of meditate, have that silence to build myself. And I think that's a very important message. And I'm looking forward to listen to everybody else's message today and take away something today from this session, from this episode. But thank you, Dr. Ghazala. Thank you, Auntie Swath as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kailashri, and thank you, Dr. Ghazala, as well as Ante for joining us. I'd like to welcome Dr. Pooja Tang from India. She's a dermatologist and she has a lot of things to share and talk with us. And also, I'd like to welcome and thank Dr. Jitendra Patwari ji, who has joined us and is a resident contributor from India, who is an energy healer, and he has lots of things in his contribution towards energy therapies and chakra samhita. So the idea behind that has also come from the power which lies within a woman, and it's also the support of the counterpart that we all feel privileged that we have men in our life who are as our brothers, who are as our father, who is our husband, who is our friend, our supporters, who have been there to know and tell us who we are and how better the life can be with all that. So, a very warm welcome to you, Dr. Jitendra Patwari ji, and a
Global
very
Namaste. Thank
warm
you.
welcome to you,
Thank you,
Dr.
Global
Pooja.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Global Namaste.
Regarding Puja,
Dr.
I would like to
Jitendra
add
Patwari
one.
ji, what have you to say for today's episode and our special guest whom you have invited? Over to you.
Yeah, I just was going to tell that. She is a
Thank you.
practicing dermatologist, that's one part, but she's far above that. She's completed a PhD on the interconnection amongst chakras, emotions, and skin and hair diseases in women. So she's already in energy work for quite long. Even while writing Chakra Sanhita, she was editing the book. So she's already into this field. So everything, this is not a simple allopathic doctor, has added to that a holistic view. So the more and better we listen to her rather than I talk something about her. So Puja, I think Amrita, shall I give to Puja?
Okay.
Yes, please. Global
Hello.
Namaste, a very warm welcome, Dr. Pooja. Please go ahead.
Namaste, everyone. First and foremost, thank you so much, Healing for Our Earth, for inviting me as a speaker. And a very, very, very thank you to Dr. Jitendra Patwari, sir. Today I make a PPT also for this self-love and self-care lecture. So may I share the screen?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you. Just a second.
So, Amrita, we've got wonderful
So it's
speakers lined up while Pooja is learning how to share the screen.
yeah.
Can you
And
see
share.
my screen?
We
No,
can't see the
not yet.
screen. You
Not yet.
go to the screen share button and select what you want to share. You will see it on your computer and press the blue button to share and your screen will change.
Yeah. It's entire screen.
Meanwhile, you
Now
can keep on
share.
talking if the screen share is not working.
Now you all can see?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Yes. Yes.
Good. Now, if you put it on
You
a
all can see my slides?
if you put it on a
Yes.
slide mode, so it will take the whole screen over. On the top, you got slide, or you can just maximize it, okay?
Yeah, she's maximizing, I think. Yeah.
Can I minimize?
Yeah, put it either on the slide. Yes, perfect. Go
Perfect.
ahead.
Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Pooja Tak from India. I am skin, hair, and laser specialist. So, every day in my clinical practice, I meet women from different walks of life, like students, professional, mothers, caregivers, all have different backgrounds. But despite their different backgrounds, I notice one common pattern. Most women take care of everyone around them, but they often forget to take care of themselves. So basically, we live in a world where women are expected to play multiple roles simultaneously. A woman may be a daughter, a wife, a mother, a caregiver, a professional, and a support system. For many people, while fulfilling all these responsibilities, she often puts her own health, happiness, emotional well being, and even her basic needs at very bottom of her priority list. So today I want to discuss an important truth that taking care of yourself is not selfish, it is essential. Self care and self love are not luxuries, but they are fundamental requirements for living a healthy, balanced, and a meaningful life. So, as a dermatologist, I have witnessed how emotional stress, exhaustion, lack of sleep, and negligence of self care directly affect not only mental health but also your skin, hair, and overall physical and mental well being. So, I hope that every woman will listen today will live with one important message. You deserve the same care, same compassion, and love that you freely give to others. Thank you for being here, and let's begin with our journey. So, what does self care really mean? When we hear the term self care, many people immediately think about luxuries, vacations, shoppings, and etc. However, true self care is much deeper than that. So, self care is what? That is conscious decision to protect your physical, emotional, and mental, spiritual well being. It is about acknowledging that your health matters a lot and you deserve attention and love and care and kindness also. So self care begins with very simple but powerful actions. It also means setting healthy boundaries. Many women struggle with saying no because fear of disappointing others. But protecting your energy and preserving your mental peace is actually an act of self-respect. So, as a physician and dermatologist, I often tell my patients that skincare is itself a form of self care. When a person spends a few minutes every day caring for their skin, they are not just improving their appearance, they are sending themselves a powerful message: I am important and I deserve care, I deserve love. Self care also include mental and spiritual wellness. So practices such as meditation, prayer, gratitude, mindfulness, and spending time in nature or simply sitting quietly with yourself can have profound effect on our health. And every time I always counsel my patients also that you do these many things as well as your skincare routines. So imagine trying to pour water from an empty cup. You cannot effectively care for others when you are already physically exhausted, mentally disturbed, emotionally drained. So self-care allows us to refill our own cup so that we can continue to take care others and we can give a form of replace of strength rather than a depletion. So self-care is not self-indulgence. Self-care is self-respect. So, why women often neglect themselves? So, before we talk about self care, we must first understand why so many women struggle to practice it. Because, as we know, multiple roles and responsibilities in our society. So, throughout my years as a dermatologist and physician, I met thousands of women. They all are telling what that doctors, I was so busy of taking care of everyone else, so I forget to take care of myself. This statement reflects what? That is the reality of women's life across the world. So, from a young age, many women are taught to prioritize the needs of others before their own. Society often praises a woman who is being self sacrificing, always available, and always giving, and always putting family first. Women frequently juggle multiple responsibilities simultaneously. So, they manage their careers, care for children, taking care of parents, maintain household, and provide emotional support to family members also. While doing all these things, their own physical health, emotional well being, and personal happiness often become secondary. So unfortunately, this constant juggling and constant state of giving without receiving adequate rest or care create what we call emotional and physical burnout. So, taking care of yourself does not mean you care less about your family. In fact, when you care for yourself, you become physically healthier, emotionally stronger, and better to support others. So, this principle applies to life as well. That while we are traveling, the instruction given in airplane that we are always told to put our own mask, oxygen mask, before helping someone else. So, this is applies same as our life in also. You cannot continuously give your energy, love, and care to others if your own emotional and physical reserve are completely depleted. So, chronic stress and burnout, these are such a barrier in ladies' life. So, what are the correlation between stress and skin, stress and hair conditions? The first and foremost, as a dermatologist, one of the most fascinating and important lesson I have learned is that skin and mind are deeply connected. In my PG days, I always observe that some skin conditions are deeply affected with stress level, anxiety level. So, like when we experiences emotional stress, anxiety, grief, trauma, our body produces stress hormone like cortisol and adrenaline. So these hormone influence many biological process like inflammation, hormonal imbalance, skin function. This is why emotional stress can directly affect our skin and hair. In my daily practice, I frequently see patients who report that their skin condition is worsened during stressful period. Like during menstrual cycle, acne get flare up, psoriasis condition that is worsen in stressful condition, eczema that is chronic eczema is also affected by constant anxious person. So there are many skin conditions that have strong connection with emotional health. Hair loss, especially telogen commonly occur after a stressful life event. Even premature aging, wrinkle, dull skin, dark circles, and pigmentation can be aggravated by chronic stress. So I often tell my patient that stress management is not just beneficial for mental health; it is also an essential part of skin and hair treatment also. So that medication, cream, and therapies can certainly help, but unless we address chronic stress and emotional exhaustion, true healing remain incomplete. Therefore, when we talk about women's self-care, we are not discussing beauty alone. We are discussing science, health, and healing. Because when the mind is at peace, the body functions better, immune systems works better, and often skin and hair responds better as well. So, healthy mind is equal to healthy skin and healthy body. These all are interconnected. Now, hair and emotional well being. So, hair has always been considered as an important jewel of women's identity, confidence, and self expression. Therefore, when a woman experiences hair loss, the impact is often much deeper than simply a cosmetic concern. As a dermat, I frequently meet women who come to the clinic with hairful complaint, but after speaking with them, I realize that problem is not only physical. Many are going through emotional stress, grief, anxiety, relationship difficulties, work pressure, and burnout. The body and mind are closely connected, and our hair often reflect what is happening internally. So, most condition is telogen effluvium, where excessive hair shedding occur after a prolonged period of physical emotional stress. These may happen after even childbirth, severe illness, surgery, family stress, prolonged anxiety. Another condition is alopecia areata, which is although autoimmune disorder, but sometimes associated with psychological stress. We also see conditions such as trichotillomania, where individuals reportedly pull out their hair due to undergoing emotional stress and anxiety. Additionally, chronic stress may contribute to premature aging and worsening of existing hair problems. So, when treating hair disorder, we should not focus only on medication and blood reports and procedures. We must also address their emotional well being, lifestyle, stress management, sleep quality, and mental health also. So, I always remind my patient that experiencing hair loss is not a sign of weakness or failure. It is often the body's way of communicating that it needs nutrition, it needs attention, it needs healing and care. So, true treatment involves healing both hair and the person behind the hair. And so, here it is that treat the person, not just the hair. So, let's see the science of self love. When we hear Self love, many people mistakenly assume that it means vanity, it means selfishness. But self love means accepting yourself with compassion, treating yourself with the same kindness that you would offer to someone you deeply care about. It means recognizing that your needs, your emotion, your health, and your happiness are important. It does not mean believing that we are perfect. Rather, it means accepting that we are human. It means allowing ourselves to make mistakes without constant self criticism. For women, especially, self love often begins with changing the way we speak to ourselves. Many women are extremely compassionate to others but very critical to themselves. They may continuously judge their appearance, compare themselves with others, feel guilty about resting, or believe that they're never doing enough. But imagine if we spoke to our friends the same way we sometimes speak to ourselves. Most of us would never do that. So, self love means giving yourself permission to say no without guilt, take rest without feeling lazy, take better sleep, prioritize your health. This all gives to emotional resilience, better sleep, stronger immunity, and greater life satisfaction. So here is self-love is an act of self-healing. Now, the five pillars of self-care, particularly women. So I like to think the woman's self care is being supported by five pillars. Every building has a foundation, though. So in self care, there are five foundation pillars. First is physical care. It means respecting our body's need. It including nutritious, healthy food, maintaining hydration, exercise regularly, adequate sleep, and undergoing regular health checkup routine. Unfortunately, many women postpone medical consultation, ignore symptoms, and sacrifice sleep to fulfill their responsibility. However, taking care of your body is not a luxury but it's necessity. Second one is mental self-care. Our mind require care just as much as our bodies do. So mental self-care include what? So managing stress, practicing mindfulness, meditation, prayer, gratitude, deep breathing exercise, and seeking professional help when we need it. So there should never be any stigma associated with asking for emotional support or counseling. Third pillar is emotional care. Emotional self care means recognizing and honoring our own feelings. It means allowing ourselves to experience emotions without guilt or judgment. It involves maintaining healthy skin and hair care. This is fourth pillar. So this is very specially close to my heart as I'm dermatologist. Caring for our skin and hair is not just about vanity. It is about health, confidence, and self-respect. Simple practice such as sun protection, proper skin routine, hydration, balanced nutrition, and seeking professional advice when needed can significantly improve our overall well-being. Finally, the last one is spiritual self care. Spiritual self care does not necessarily mean religion, it means finding meaning, finding purpose, finding peace and connection to ourselves. These may come through prayer, meditation, gratitude practice, spending time in nature, yoga. So, when these five pillars are balanced, women become stronger physically, mentally, and emotionally and spiritually. So, it's not about achieving perfection, but it's about creating a balanced full life. So, perhaps the most important thing to remember is that even small act of self-care practiced consistently can transform our life. Skincare is healthcare. So, is in my view, as I would like to emphasize an important message that skincare is not merely about beauty or appearance, it's about healthcare also. Our skin is the largest organ of our body. It protects us from the infection, regulates our body temperature, supports immunity, serves as a reflection of our internal health. So unfortunately, many women either neglect their skin completely or rely on the information which are coming from social media without understanding their individual skin needs. True skincare begins with understanding that healthy skin reflects healthy habits. The first and perhaps most important habit is sun protection. Daily use of sunscreen help prevent pigmentation, premature aging, sun damage, and reduce the risk of skin cancer. It's not only for sunny days and beach vacation, but sunscreen should be a part of our daily routine. And the second important aspect is maintaining hydration and nutrition throughout the day. And we must recognize our importance of sleep, that during sleep our body repair itself. So chronic sleep deprivation can lead to dull, damage and pigmented skin, dark circles. So we should avoid self-medication and unnecessary treatment recommended by social media and unqualified sources. So every person's skin is unique and treatment should be customized, which I'm doing in my patients. I often remind my patient that investing a few minutes every day in caring of your skin is not superficial but is an act of self respect, self love, self awareness. Skincare rituals can also provide moments of mindfulness and relaxation in our busy lives. So, most importantly, caring for our skin often encourages us to pay attention to our overall health, emotional well being, and lifestyle habits. So, I encourage every woman listening today that I am a worthy of care, time, and love. This is the most important message to ourselves. So, permission to reset. Reset means every woman challenges that giving themselves permission to rest. We live in a society, we know that many women glorifying that being busy, women are expected to continuously perform, achieve, care, nurture, provide, but many women feel that if they stop even for a short time, they are somehow failing in their maintaining their responsibilities. So, however, rest is not laziness, but it's a biological necessity. As physician, we understand that the human body and mind needs a period of recovery to function properly, effectively. So, without adequate rest, stress hormones remain elevated, immunity declines, emotional resilience decreases, and the physical and mental health both will begin to suffer. So, in my clinical practice, I frequently encounter women who present with chronic fatigue, stress related hair loss, acne flare up, premature aging, poor sleep, emotional exhaustion. When I ask them about their daily routine, many tell me that they rarely take time for themselves. Rest is not simply sleeping. It can take many forms, like physical rest, that means allowing our body to recover. Mental rest means taking a break from constant routine and constant thinking and worrying. Emotional rest means allowing ourselves to express our feeling honestly. Social rest means taking space from relationship or environment that drain our energy. And spiritual rest means taking reconnecting with ourselves, our values, and our purpose. So many women feel guilty when they rest because they believe that they should always be productive. But I would like to offer a different perspective. Rest is not a reward that we can earn after exhaustion. Rest is a requirement that prevent exhaustion. So taking a break, sleeping adequately, spending time alone, reading a book, simply sitting quietly for a few minutes are not sign of weakness, but they are sign of wisdom. Therefore, I encourage every woman that rest is not a reward; it is a requirement. So keep reminded this. And the most and last, this importance of our boundaries. This another special aspect of self-care and self-love. Because many women are raised to believe that being a good person means always saying yes, always being busy, always being available, and always putting others' needs before their own. So healthy boundaries are not barriers that push people away. Rather, they are protective guidelines that preserve our emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Boundaries allow us to protect our energy, respect our limitation, and maintain healthy relationship. For many women, saying no can feel uncomfortable or even selfish, but saying no to something that harm your well-being is actually saying yes to yourself. So healthy boundaries may include what? That saying no to excessive responsibilities, taking time for personal health appointment, limiting exposure to toxic relationship, prioritize your health and your needs matter too. So, as a dermatologist, I frequently observe how emotional overload manifests physically in the body. So, one of the most powerful sentence I learn is I cannot do everything, and that is perfectly okay. So, it is, and my needs matter too. So, it is healthy boundaries create healthier lives too. A practical self care routine instead of skincare routine. At this point, our schedules are often filled with responsibilities. So, therefore, I would like to emphasize an important message that self care does not require hours of your day. Even 15 to 20 minutes is enough every day to taking care of yourself. The goal of self care is not perfection, it's consistency. Let me share a simple self care and skincare routine that anyone can follow. That we can begin our day with just few minutes dedicated to entirely ourselves. Like in the morning, spend 2 to 3 minutes practicing deep breathing. Slow breathing activates the parasympathetic nervous system, reduce stress hormones, and create a sense of calmness. Next, spending 2 minutes to express gratitude to God. Then spend 5 minutes caring for your skin and preparing yourself for the day. This is not merely a cosmetic routine, but it is an act of self respect and mindfulness. During the afternoon, remember to hydration and nourishment. In the evening, create a small ritual of self care that limiting screen time, reading a book, journalism, practicing meditation, these small moments reflecting on your day. This small habit may appear simple, but the cumulative effect is profound. We often underestimate the power of small daily actions. So, self care does not have to be expensive, it does not have to be complicated, it's simply to be emotional, intentional. I encourage every woman listening that can I dedicate 15 to 20 minutes routine each day to the person who deserve my care the most, that is myself. I committed to myself that I'm giving 15 to 20 minutes to myself daily. So, to conclude, what I would like to share in my last slide that every day women come to my clinic seeking treatment for acne, hair loss, and pigmentation, and many other skin condition. I see not only visible concern of skin, but I see something deeper. That is, I see women who are tired, women who are very anxious and in chronic stress related condition, women who have spent years taking care of everyone else while ignoring their own health, and women who have forgotten that they themselves deserve care. So, through my experience, I have learned that true healing is never limited to medication and procedures and prescription alone. Healing begins as holistic approach, and when we start listening to ourselves, it begins when we acknowledge our emotions, we prioritize rest, and when we choose self-respect over guilt. So it begins when we understand that caring for ourselves is not selfish; it is necessary. As women, you are caregiver, leader, nurturer, professional, mother, daughter, friends, so many roles. But before all these roles, you are a human being who deserve health, happiness, love, peace, and kindness to yourself. So I would like to invite every woman listening to make a simple promise to yourself that listen to your body, respect your emotions, prioritize your mental health, care for your skin and hair, give yourself permission to rest, and treat yourself with kindness. You deserve the same love and care that you give to others. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, lovely.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Too good. Too good for the wonderful ladies I can see on the screen. Pretty delighted to have everyone. Dr. Pooja Tang, you made the day. Very nice. In all one presentation, you had all the aspects which is so important, which is so nourishing and so encouraging for everybody. You did a very good job, actually. So, and I
Thank
can
you.
see how everybody's, all my ladies of my family are glistening and shining because it's not about you and your cosmetics and the needs that you need for your skin, but beyond that, and which is very, very beautiful, in fact. So, a very good message. Before I invite others to ask more questions and they have some chit chat with you, I have a question for you because you're a dermatologist and you recommended that we must use sunscreen as
Yeah.
a skin protector, which might protect us from so many other ailments related to the skin and cancer as well. Which sunscreen do you recommend as a dermatologist to everybody?
It depends on our skin, type of skin. Like oily skins, we prefer gel type of sunscreen. Combination, we use cream type of sunscreen and matte finish sunscreen. But depends on your skin type, we are prescribing sunscreen. That should be
Hmm.
in Indian scenario that boot star rating 30, SPF 30 to 50, we are recommended to our patient.
Okay, and for all the viewers who are joining us from United Kingdom, as we have most of them from Europe and Hong Kong, what is your recommendation?
You need more SPF than India.
Okay, you need more SPF than India. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you,
That's
Amrita.
cool.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Dr.
Global
Pujata.
Namaste.
We are very privileged once again. Our full team is over here. We got Bindu, who is in Ladakh there. We got Seema, who is in Hong Kong. We got Vaishali, who is here in London. They're all taking time out. So let's get cracking with all of them and get some tips from them. Let's start with Vaishali. You are there in London. It's been quite a while since you've been on healing. You, of course, are a prosthetic expert, and you've done work there in Bollywood, London, and Mumbai. And you were listening to Pooja, and you are a beauty expert. Your comments first, and we move around with all the others. Thank you. Over to you, Vaishali.
Global Namaste, Nilkumarji. Thank you so much. Everyone, my healing, our Earth family. It's so good to be back. And first of all, Dr. Pooja, I mean, I have honestly no words for your presentation, first of all, because it was not just about skin, it was not just about hair. I think it was a holistic. I felt like I'm not sitting here for wellness episode. I think I'm sitting here at a huge, like a mental health or maybe a psychological seminar where we all can go, lead towards a mental well-being. But I think everything is interconnected in it. I mean, there is nothing that, not connected. And if you ask me, I mean, first of all, I really wanted to give my, idea of self-care. But before that, a quick question, Dr. Pooja, like you said that for
Yes,
us,
ma'am.
it requires more SPF, right? That's what you said.
Yes.
Now, as long as the rays are concerned, my question is, there are two rays, UVA and UVB, right? And what as long as my understanding is concerned, I feel like Indians are prone for UVA and Caucasian skin tone, like for example, European side, and they are more prone for UVB. So my one question is, if you can shed some light on to our audience that what is the difference between UVA and UVB rays. Secondly, by applying sunscreen regularly, like effect of one application lasts only up to 3 hours. That's what my knowledge is concerned. And then you need to reapply. And specifically when you are going on a beach, because light is reflected by 4S, like sand, sea. When you are on snow, it's like a double damage. So these are certain things, a quick things which I wanted to know, and I'm sure our audience would also like to know. This is the question for you, Dr. Pooja. And yeah, and third thing, I have heard that by applying just sunscreen on a regular basis, you are actually stop your photo aging. So all
Yes.
that skin concern that just now you said, melasma, lack of hydration, premature aging, premature wrinkles, crow's feet, perioral pigmentation, and all these things, dyschromic skin condition. So I think that if you can put some quick light on that, that what is the role of photo aging and how can we stop through SPF? Because right now it's a biggest thing on the whole earth that everybody is getting enlightened by SPF. Over to you, Dr. Pooja. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sunlight is basically made up of ultraviolet rays, that is type UVA and UVB rays. But UVB rays penetrate only epidermis, thus upper superficial layer of skin, while UVA that affect the deeper layer of skin. So by affecting this skin layer, epidermis and dermis, they are causing aging and premature aging, sun damage. And while our skin's main disease, melasma, photoeczema, skin cancers that are mainly caused by sun rays, constant exposure to sun rays. In some areas, like in Australia, there is no ozone layer in their atmosphere. So, sun rays are very dangerous to their skin. So, in that region particular, they have more chances to skin cancer and other skin conditions, photo aging conditions. So, that's why every day we should apply sunscreen, even in home, even during rainy days. We should apply sunscreen daily, because in light also there is infrared rays that comes in affect our skin also. So UVB rays and UVA, but UVB rays not penetrate skin deeply. So that's why nowadays the sunscreen combining both UV and UVB protection as well as invisible rays protection also and infrared protection also. So that's why they are not affect collagen remodeling and collagen and elastin fibers that are particularly in dermis, our skin deeper layer. So that's why we should apply sunscreen daily. This is the main requirement. Nowadays sunscreens are coming like they are giving 8-hour protection, they are giving 12-hour protection, particularly on our routine we are prescribing that a patient is 12 hours job in field, 12 hours job or 8 hours job, so according to their condition we are prescribing their sunscreen. But it is indeed necessary to apply sunscreen daily. I
Absolutely.
always tell my patients that when rain is coming during monsoon season, on that day you cannot apply sunscreen. It's okay, but during cloudy days you must apply.
That's a very valid point, Dr. Pooja, because unfortunately, people think that, oh, there is no sun. Why should I apply sunscreen? But even when there is no sun, if there is a light, little bit, there's not darkness, then it's an evidence of UVA, UVB raises. So, yeah, thank you so much for that, Dr. Pooja. And yeah, it's amazing to know all our wonderful, beautiful ladies here. I just
Thank you,
wanted to.
Vaishali. Thank you, Vaishali and Pooja. Bindu is in a zone, I think she's in Ladakh in India, where the signal is very low. She is here now. Global Namaste to you, Bindu. How are you? And a happy birthday to you. Can you, the signal is frozen again. Bindu, can you
Yes,
hear us?
yeah. Yes, I can hear you. Global Namaste, everyone, and to all my beautiful ladies. How are you? So good to see you all, and this is my favorite topic. So I said, let me just pop in for just 2 minutes. Wonderful ladies. I think I have heard Dr. Pooja, wonderful topic and wonderful suggestion, input. And sunscreen is always I carry with me all the time, especially I'm in Leh Ladakh and it's so harsh sunlight over here. So I'm just applying. My friends are saying, what are you doing all the time? You are applying sunscreens. And I said, no, I want my skin to be perfect. I don't want to get tan. So it was a wonderful suggestions, and thank you so much. I'm on my solo trip. Solo trip means like unknown friends, and it is my dream come true. And today what I have done is like I have passed 20,000 feet up the highest motorable road, and I've got the certificate of Guinness Book of World Record. And this I wanted to share with you. Just go for it, like, yes, yeah. Just go for it. Fulfill your dreams, like I was a TB survivor, and many people told me, no, you can't do it. There is lung issue, this and that and all. But you listen to your body. When you listen to your body, you can do everything, every possible things in the world. And today I have achieved this, and this was my dream come true. So all I want to say is just take a risk, go for it, and just enjoy it. And the moment you will achieve it, listen to your body, listen to your heart, listen to your soul, and you can do so many things. So I am in Ladakh and I'm enjoying here. I think I started enjoying solo trips, and just go for it. It's just
Thank you, Bindu. Bindu is enjoying herself. She says you can go for a solo trip. Just go for it, women. You do need a break. Women are always on the move, which is beautiful. Sunscreen, yes, whether the full sun is out or not, the UV lights are still penetrating. So try to use the sunscreen. You don't have to go too crazy, but any exposed part of your skin, do cover it up with the sunscreen. It will be good. Seema, Hong Kong. Women's self-care and self-love. How do you self-care yourself?
Ni hao ma to everybody. Global Namaste from Hong Kong. It's so wonderful to see all these vibrant, beautiful faces here. All these lovely, inspiring women. I'm so happy to be here with all of you. Bindu, you make us so proud. You make us so, so proud. Your resilience, your strength, your determination is something I think we all need to give her a big hand because this girl is an inspiration. Skincare,
Thank you, thank
we
you.
have such
I think all
fantastic.
strength comes to.
Bindu, you broke up.
I think all strength comes to looking at you and listening to everybody, and we gather all the strength and courage to
Well, I won't say much.
everyone out. So
Sisterhood is beautiful under the umbrella of Healing Our Earth, and it brings all us women together on such a beautiful platform. But Bindu, you have a story that's going to be shared very soon with the world, and you touch my heart on so many levels, because I feel so proud of you. And, I think we just all have to say lots of blessings to you for your strength and to come forward and be brave and speak the way you do and smile through everything, you know. Skincare, I have so many wonderful experts here. Who am I to say anything? We have Dr. Pooja Tank, Dr. Amrita Sharmani, our own Vishali, who's such an expert. All of you, Gazala ji, Kailash ji. But I do want to say one thing. I think skincare is essential. Skin cycling, taking care of our skin. Vishali's been putting these fantastic. Oh, please go onto her handle on Instagram, everybody. She's been putting on these fantastic videos on her Instagram. I think happiness shines through your skin. When you're happy inside, it shows on the outside. What you're feeling inside shows on the outside. That's why it's so important for us to nourish our nervous system. So I'd say for me, breath as medicine is also very essential for our skincare. Reason being is when we nourish our nervous system and we shift from the sympathetic to the parasympathetic and can be in that rest and digest mode, it shows up on our face. It shows up on how we're feeling. Also, what we put into our body, what we eat, there's a saying, you are what you eat. So it's very important to watch what we put into our body. Sometimes we don't think and we reach out for those chocolates and that oily bag of chips and everything. And it's nice to have it once in a while, but it's also very important to have that awareness to eat our retinol, have our carrots, for example, or a hyaluronic acid. In Hong Kong, the Chinese culture here, the ladies are very big on skincare and they eat their skincare. So they have this wonderful soup that has snow fungus, which is very high in hyaluronic acid. They have goji berries. They have Chinese red dates, which are extremely high in iron. Black fungus, again, apparently is very good for your skin. They put in peach resin, which is a resin very much like what we call gond katira in Hindi, and they soak it and they add it to soups, and it's very hydrating and it uh, induces a lot of collagen production. So I think our diet and what we eat is very, very important for our skincare. I hope you all could hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Seema. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Seema, just before you carry on, I want to
yes.
ask each of you women for a 30-second answer. What should men learn about their women so they can encourage them to self-love and self-care? Let us teach some of the men how they need to encourage women and understand women better. So, Seema, we go with you first. What tip would you give to men?
I'd say keep her happy. Treat her as your queen. Keep her happy. Put her on a pedestal. Make her feel beautiful. And make her feel that she's the most important thing in your life, because with that she feels so happy, and that happiness will radiate through her skin and through her smile and through her eyes. So self-care is very important for us to look after ourselves. But if you're in a partnership, it's very important for we as women to nourish and look after our spouses, to make them feel whole and complete, and for our spouses to do the same for us, to make us feel whole and complete. That's why it's a partnership.
So Seema, you say keep your women happy. Wow, so there is possibility to keep women happy?
Absolutely.
Okay, I don't want the answer. That's just philosophical way of talking. Let's go to Dr. Ghazala Jabin. What should men learn to either keep their women happy or make them happy or learn something about women?
I like this question very much. I'm very, very forthright about what I would expect a man to keep me happy. They have to make me laugh. I have to have laughter when I'm actually literally laughing joyously. And I'd love to make sure that they give me what I call undivided attention and understanding. I need them to look at my face, listen to me, be present in the moment when I speak. Then I know they're on the page with me. There's 2 or 3 things that I value much in a man. Giving me attention to make me happy. And looking young with laughter. I don't mean laughter lines. Laughter lines are good lines. That's a happy person. Yeah.
So Dr. Ghazala says sense of humor, which is quite true. Women do get attracted with a man with a sense of humor, and that's fine. Dr. Kailash, you of course have a man in your life as well, and you are an MBE. What tip or what signal do you give to your men so that they can keep you self-cared and self-happy?
Like my friends here already said, keeping us happy, listening to us, making time for us, understanding our needs, that we are human beings as well and we got needs as well. So supporting us in that way as well. And I'm very fortunate that, my husband has over the years has learned and developed that skill and is beginning to understand that I have a life as well, that I have other commitments, and he does take part. He does work in partnership with me, when we try and make time for each other. So I think that's really important, understanding each other and being on the same kind of level. I think that's important. And again, having, sort of sharing that little jokes here and there and laughter is really important. Thank you.
Vaishali, what would you like men to learn so that they can understand women better?
I think the most important thing, well, it's not a complexity, first of all. So the most important thing, I feel that if your woman can feel safe, can feel that I'm heard, I'm seen, I'm safe enough to express. So I think if a man can learn to provide that adhara, the real bhairav in spirituality, in Sri Vidya we call it adhara. So without that strong adhara, Shakti can go haywire, So I think it's all about making her feel safe enough to express, that's all I feel that. And then rest of the things all fall into place, because when you feel safe enough, you are not afraid to, express, you can laugh together, he can be your friend. So I think it all starts with safety, because emotional safety it's non-negotiable in any relationship, whether it's husband-wife, partnership, even with a friendship. If you are not feeling safe enough, you would not express. So I think to me, safety comes first, emotional safety. And yeah, that's my answer.
So far, starting with Seema with happiness and Ghazala with sense of humor and safety with Vaishali, we are progressing. Man, if you are listening, put this thing in practice, and who knows, your women may smile on you every evening and you will get lucky. Let's go to Sweden. Angie, what are your thoughts on educating men?
First of all, I second everything that was said, and I want to make it easy for the men with my contribution. Very simple. Give the woman a break in her daily tasks, meaning do the dishes, fold the washing. Every job that you do, you get time off and the job is finished. Housework. The beautiful thing about dishes and dirty washing and laundry is they're so patient. They're always there when you come back. And what makes me incredibly happy is when my man does my task, when he does the cooking, when he does the dishes, and I get a break. It just really gives me more me time. It gives me a sense of we're in this together. And I get a break in my routine, which means things are getting spiced up again. I have some time, I have something to think about, you know. So keep it simple, just do the dishes. You know, clean up the house and do the dishes. I so appreciate that.
So Angie has made it very simple. Give women your women a space and time and a break. And who knows, when you do that, she might plan something extra for you. So it is in your benefit that some of the tasks that she does, try to do them. Maybe you will appreciate how hard they are, or how simple they are, or how difficult they are. And they do it without complaining, without getting reward. Maybe in learning in the process, you will learn more about your partner. So it's good. Amrita, up here in Punjab, what do you think that men should be learning?
I think men should make a cupcake like my boy just made for me. I think it's very deserving. And he's stopping my video, making me have this cake, which is a chocolate yummy cake. I think that's more than enough.
And Amrita, he's so cute. He's the junior host at Healing Our Earth.
Really?
Is he down there? Is he there? Bring him on the screen if he's there.
Yeah, he's here only.
That's what.
So,
Are you there? He's so cute. He's so good, and he's quite young, but he's as good as any of our hosts. There you are.
say
Look at
hi
that.
and namaste to everybody.
That's what you are going to make somebody in life in 10, 20 years very happy.
Yeah.
And that's so exciting. Just little thing when you do for people. And this is what Angie was saying, give us a break and do something for us. And who knows, we might go nth level for you. So
Yeah.
this is very good. A global namaste to you, Shashwat. You are, of course, our junior host. How
Global
are you?
namaste.
So you
Say hello
love
to
doing.
all the aunties. They are your aunties and friend of mine, and then you must be hearing about them all the time. So wonderful to have him and wonderful to have you all, and cheers for the chocolate cake you made, the cupcake for me.
And it's so cute, isn't it? When somebody does something for you, it doesn't matter how simple it is. It's the thought and the time it took them to do it for you. Always remember, it is not the value quantum, it is the thought and the time. It's the time that we are not able to give to our loved ones. So spend time with your people, which is very good. Pooja, of course, you did a very good power presentation. How do you convince men in your life so that they understand women better?
Okay.
I think each and every points covered by all respected faculties, but being protectant and making feel her safe and being non-judgmental in my aspect, that make every relationship very successful.
So there you are. Every woman agrees that it gently must be nice to educate men, so they can learn and they can pick up a point. Vaishali, as a beauty expert, you concurred with some of the semi-medical points that Pooja meant, and from a dermatology point of view, something that you, of course, understand and know. How important are looks for women? Is it self-confidence? Does it give that self-esteem?
I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I didn't, maybe signal was.
How important are aesthetic looks for women? Is it for self-esteem, self-confidence?
So this question is absolutely first of all, relating to every woman and today's age as well, not just back in the days. Because as a makeup artist, to be honest, like for me, self-care is not just a luxury, right? Or something that I do when I have time. Like it is how I stay connected to myself every day. Um, and I feel that um, it's as simple as like how I speak to myself in the morning and the routine that helps you to stay confident, you know. Like for example, why can't every woman, it's not for men first of all, you know, it is okay woman, I don't have um any anything for the woman. Like for example, some women are so comfortable with their look without makeup, and it's absolutely fine. You don't have to. If you are comfortable in your skin, if you are comfortable without makeup, and that's fine. But as a woman, as a makeup artist, I feel that we are privileged to put makeup on because men cannot put makeup on, right? It's like, even if you look at our ancient spiritual Vedanta, Shiv Puran, everything, the whole beauty, the narration of beauty is all about feminine, you know, and it's our, we are we are so lucky that we can do all this solar shringar. But again, there is a fine line. I would say that it is not for the other people, not to, for the vanity, but for your own self. So yeah, it does make a huge impact, Nilkumar, that the way you get ready, get dressed up. And also, when I was pursuing my master's, my MA, I had done project on red lipstick and on different projects on self-esteem and cosmetic empathy. So I think that after that research, even I got to know that women who are well dressed, who look after themselves, who are, put together, they feel more confident. But at the same time, people around those women also feel uplifted, and they feel that they put much faith in those kind of a woman, because at the end, okay, it's not being judgmental. But for example, I'm a makeup artist. Let's say it like my profession. If I myself is not putting on makeup properly, not put together, how would my clients will have trust in me, faith in me? So if my skin is saggy, if I'm not looking after my scalp myself, that's not something that even as a professional you need to be. I'm just talking about my profession. But I feel that every woman, you see the difference. You see the difference, how even the how you look at yourself will change. And I would relate that sentence, like Dr. Wayne Dyer always used to say, that when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. So when you look into the mirror and your self-image and your cosmetic and the makeup that you're putting on and the whole hair, makeup and wardrobe, it's going to have a huge impact on your confidence level. This is my conclusion and my experience after 15 plus years of, experience in the industry. I don't know whether everyone would agree to me, but this is my, opinion. Yes.
No, I agree with you. Vaishali ji, I agree with you totally. And I know Dr. Ghazala also wants to say something. Please go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, Vashali, what you just said is wonderfully put there, because how we rock up to any event, any scene, is how that we impact. And when I was teaching Bollywood and Bhangra dance classes, it was for fitness. I didn't wear a leotard or a t-shirt or leggings. I wore full Bollywood style outfit because that's what they came to see, to be taught that style with the dangly earrings, with my whole image, because I took them in the world of India to the dance, to the feeling, the way they felt from that class, from 5-year-olds to 85-year-olds. They actually felt they didn't even need to get a ticket to India to get to Bollywood. They arrived at my class in full flow. And that's the experience, is what people feel being around you. And I just wanted to echo with what you said is so important, is not just for us, how we show up, but how do we show up to make them feel? And those feelings are what attach that nice vibrations for it. So that's all I wanted to add to it.
This is beautiful. It's very important how you portray yourself, how others can see you. It's beautiful. We're going to go to India now. We're going to go to Nita Singh. She's from Ashland, USA. She's a dancer, she's a good human being, and she also runs Nita's natural Ayurveda product company as well. Presently, from USA, she's in India. A global namaste to you, Nita. If you could unmute yourself, please. And Nita, can you landscape your video, please?
Sure.
If you could landscape yourself, it'd be beautiful. So she loves India as well, of course, and she travels there. She's from America. You are landscape, but you are lopsided. So if you flip your camera, it will become on the right way. Take your time. Just come to a landscape position. So it will be nice, like how old.
So like that?
Okay, that's portrait. Don't worry. Let's carry on like this.
Okay.
Sunita, what have you got lined up for us? And then over the next 5 minutes, tell us about your women stuff, and then we can chit chat with others.
Can you guys see me?
We can see you, your portrait. Don't worry. Carry
Okay.
on. We can hear you as well.
Thank you.
What have you got lined up for us?
Thank you, Neilji. And I have lined up a women's self-care and meditation for lower cortisol and healthy skin. That's the topic I would like to introduce.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Namaste, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. My name is Neeta Singh. I'm a founder and creator of Neeta Naturals School of Ayurveda. I also have Ayurvedic product under my brand Neeta Naturals. Today, I would like to start the conversation by just asking you a simple question. Have you ever looked in the mirror and after a stressful week and thought like, oh, I look tired? Not because you're getting older, it's because of the stress that has shown up on your face. And our skin is actually a mirror of what's happening inside of us. So we talk about cortisol. What is cortisol? Which is a stress hormone, and it is in our body when we face danger. Cortisol helps us survive. And the problem is that our body doesn't understand or know the difference between worrying about money, relationship problems, social media comparisons, work pressure, lack of sleep. It reacts to all of them as we are being chased by a tiger. So when cortisol stays high for months, it can contribute to puffy face, dull skin, acne and breakouts, premature wrinkles, inflammation, poor sleep, and weight gain around the abdominal area, and also fatigue and anxiety. Our skin receives less nourishment because of the body prioritizes survival over repair because our cortisol is high. So what Ayurveda says about this whole situation? Ayurveda teaches us that that the mind and body are deeply connected. When the mind is disturbed, the body follows. Stress aggravates vata and pitta in our body. And when these doshas become imbalanced, our skin loses the glow. And I'm talking about the inside glow that shows on our skin, the healthy glow, not the makeup glow. No expensive creams completely can overcome the constantly stressed our nervous system is. So beautiful skin begins with a peaceful mind. We are agree on that. So what meditation actually does, and now this part comes, meditation part comes here. What meditation does to us is what we think is meditation is controlling our thoughts or stopping them from coming. And people get overwhelmed when they try to control their thoughts. It is not the meditation I'm going to speak about today. Meditation simply means becoming aware, becoming mindful. So when we become aware of our breath, our nervous system shifts from fight or flight to rest and repair. And this is where healing begins. Let's, let's, I would like us, all of us, to do this practice together. I would like everyone to sit comfortably, find their asan or seat or chair, wherever you are sitting, find that comfortable spot and close your eyes if you feel comfortable, and if you feel comfortable to do so. And I was going to say, if you feel secure enough, because sometimes we are so scared to close our eyes that I don't know what's going to happen. So if your nervous system feels comfortable enough to close your eyes and take one slow breath, let's do it together. And exhale gently. You can do it through mouth. You can also do it through your nose. Now allow your breath to become completely natural. So right now we took a breath, but another second step is to just notice yourself that you are breathing. Watch out for your inhale, watch for your exhale. Don't try to control it. It's not about controlling it. It has to feel natural. Simply notice. The next step is I would like to ask which nostril you're breathing from. So we have right nostril, left nostril, and just putting a simple finger here in front of your nose. It tells you where the breath is coming from, right or left or both. Mine right nostril is activated. Simply notice. There is no right or wrong answer. Just observe. Now gently bring your awareness to the sound around you. I can hear fan, ceiling fan. I I do not like AC. I'd had option to turn on the AC, but I like more natural. So just had a fan on. It's little hot, but it's okay. So become aware of the three or four things around you, the noises that are coming. Wow, for me, it's just a fan and something coming from outside. Two noises. And me, I cannot hear myself breathe. What did you observe? A bird, someone breathing, or a traffic, or complete silence? For me, it's complete silence, other than the fan, ceiling fan. And don't judge the sound. Just notice, just make yourself aware of them. If your mind wanders, gently bring it back to the breath and see yourself breathing. Here I inhale and I exhale. That's simply, I'm not trying to do it aware. Um, I'm just simply being aware of me breathing. Slowly open your eyes. Take one deep breath and gently close your eyes back. See, nothing happened. The world didn't shift. Everything is okay. So it's okay if you close your eyes for 1 minute and just notice yourself taking few deep breaths. Just notice. Gently open your eyes. How many of you noticed that your mind became quieter? Maybe only for few moments? That's meditation. It's not a perfection, it's just awareness. Even 1 minute of awareness begins interrupting the stress cycle, cortisol cycle. I would like to give a simple practice for you to take home today with you. I encourage you to practice this just for 5 minutes. Three times a day, I will invite you to take 30 deep breaths and try to exhale slowly. So when you breathe in, take double the amount of time that you took to breathe in. Take the double of the time of that time to exhale. So breathe in normally, exhale slowly. Take double the amount of time. 30 times a day, 3 times a day, 3 times a day, 30 times each time. Morning 30 deep breaths, afternoon 30 deep breaths, and evening deep breaths. 30 each time. And within 1 month, I want you to give me your feedback. What major shift you had in your life? Because that's a long practice. Doing that for 30 days, one guarantee I can give you is there's not going to be any harm doing that. You will find peaceful sleep. You will find your mind more relaxed. You will find less puffiness on your face and your body. Your belly starts to, I wouldn't say completely become flat, but it will help reduce the, the fat it's starting to store due to cortisol. Also become aware every time, 3 times a day when you start your 30 deep breath practices. Just say which nostril you're breathing from, left, right, or both. Notice 5 sounds around you when you are doing those 30 deep breaths. Notice the different sounds that you're not trying to control them, but just noticing. And remember, consistency is much more powerful than practicing for 1 hour once a week. Healthy skin begins within. Meditation, quality sleep, hydration, fresh seasonal foods, good digestion, and self love. These are the greatest beauty treatments. Ayurveda reminds us that beauty is the natural glow that comes from balance, not makeup. I would like to leave you with one thought. The face is the canvas, but the mind is the painter. When we take care of our inner world, our outer beauty naturally reflects it. So today, I invite you to spend just 5 minutes each day with yourself, not scrolling, not worrying, just breathing. Because the greatest act of self care is simply learning to be present. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Namaste. I would like to know your feedback or your questions.
Thank you, Nita. That was wonderful. What I found today, most of the women were talking more about skincare. Skin is very important because inner glow, outer glow, maintaining skin was beautiful. So it's so nice and more holistic and meditational point of view. I think that was very beautiful. Vaishali, your thoughts on what Nita said, and she has got a very beautiful a website where she sells a lot of Ayurveda products, which I'm just going to scroll in a moment again. And Vaishali, your comment first, then Amrita, and shortly we'll be visiting Israel as well, where Rena, our regular contributor, is here, who's invited satsang for us. So it'll be beautiful. So Vaishali, let's go with your comment first.
Thank you, Vaishali.
First of all, thank you, Neetaji. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste.
What a wonderful meditation and the whole concept that you taught in a very short time, to our audience. That our two nadis, like two nostrils, Ida, Pingla, and, Surya Nadi, Chandra Nadi, the way you said, and how our nervous system calms down. You mentioned even cortisol. So it's so amazing, to know this. And I think true, like you said, the true beauty begins from within. Makeup is just to enhance if you wish to, otherwise beauty is already there. It's just like I would say, abs are there, you just need to, it just needs to that, nourishment, that proper, workout and diet in order to make it visible. So I think beauty is already there. And your whole idea and meditation, definitely that certain period of time you said that what have you observed, fan sound or silence. To me, to be honest, because I'm a meditator, so I was like totally, I didn't want to open my eyes. Actually, I just wanted to, just remain in that state as long as I can. So that's how beautifully you, helped our audience and all of us to understand, the silence and everything. What do you think, Amrita? I mean, I didn't want to open my eyes, to be honest. Even Nil Kumarji, I didn't want to.
Yeah.
So Amrita, just before you go, Vaishali, you saw I was scrolling her website there. She also offers consultancy and product. So at some point, Amrita, you are already in touch with Nita. Vaishali, you can be in touch with her. You, of course, are a very senior from prosthetics and a beauty world, both in Hollywood and Bollywood, and now you are in London. You can even join together and do consultation for the others. You can cross-sell each other's knowledge and product. So do keep in touch. Amrita, you, Vaishali, Seema, Nita can form up a group and please cross-sell your services, expand your network, and provide facilities, consultation to women globally. Okay, Amrita, your comment and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil Kumar. Yes, it's nice to see you, Neetaji, again. And mm, in fact, your inputs and suggestions are also nice. I was very happy to see your website and the way you have promoted some of the very selected products, which is very nice in terms of some Eladi Telam and some herbs, some perfumes.
And Kumkumadi oil
And
as well.
Kumkumadi Telam as well. Perfect. So
Yeah, I'm
so
calling it
that's very nice.
yeah, I'm calling it golden oil because it's, saffron oil,
Yeah, that's
red gold
nice.
serum.
That's good, good. So, yeah, I as a Ayurveda expert would like to recommend her products as well, and definitely it is good for your skin, it's good for your oj as well as the teja for different kind of disorders, for radiance of your skin. If you want this kind, Kumkumadam Telam is very good. Eladi Telam is also very good in terms of many other rejuvenations and some aromas, as well as it is nourishing for the skin as well. So I think so, a couple of perfumes and the guava bliss. What's in the guava bliss, by the way?
So guava bliss, guava has full of vitamin E. And it's proven that the guava powder, or if we eat guava itself, I mean amrud, I love guava, it has the power to reverse the wrinkles, or it won't let it
Okay.
appear on the skin. So if you don't want wrinkly face, eat lot of guava or use Nita Naturals guava bliss to put that on your face. It has a guava powder, amla powder, sandalwood powder, and bentonite clay.
That's good, which is a good combination of all cooling herbs that I see, I think, and on the face as a face pack, it would be nourishing.
Yeah, it's a face pack. Thank you so
Yeah,
much. Yeah.
And Amrita mentioned guava, amrut, what she says, scientifically is one of the best fruits to eat. Of course, from a dental point of view, not the safest fruit to eat because the little seeds, the pips can get lodged into the cavities. But if you can actually gulp them in, then guava is a very good fruit to eat. So yes, Nita, you're very right. If you go to Nita's website, once again, there are things for men too. So men, you shouldn't feel left out. It's taken care partly for the men as well. Nita, maybe we'll bring you back on wellness, well-being as well. And let's take a quick comment from Seema. And then we move to Israel and we welcome Rina and Satsung, and they are going to sweep some tips on women's self-care and self-love. Global Namaste, Seema there in Hong Kong. What did you think of Nita's chat, meditation, and her products?
Are you asking me?
Yes, Seema from Hong Kong.
Yeah, sorry, it broke up. Oh, I thought her meditation was beautiful. You know, I really loved what she said about the meditation and you know, calming yourself and your breath, taking yourself to a calmer space and it reflecting on you because we hold on. You know, our breath is so powerful. That's why I call it breath medication because it's so easy to throw out toxins out of our system through our breath. We really undermine the value of our breath and we undermine the value of our mind when we bring ourselves into that space of meditation and we can shift into that rest and digest mode, which we call the parasympathetic nervous system. We actually can eliminate stress hormones like cortisol. And as we eliminate them, it does show up on our face. It does show up on our skin. Very often when you see people have performed a series of breathwork techniques or meditation techniques, you look at them and you say, oh, you look so calm. There's something very different about your presence. You're glowing. And that happens because you're actually shifting yourself from that space of stress into a space of calm. And you're also throwing toxins out of your body. Neetaji's products, I think, are fantastic. I think she has
And Seema, from next year, Seema, from next year when you're in Africa, you can join hands with Nita, Vaishali, Amrita, Bindu, a lot of our group people who've got similar interest and consultation, and maybe even exploit the products for the betterment of women beauty and self-care. So Amrita, you, Seema, Vaishali, Bindu, Hiral, if you just could group up and see how we can cross-sell each other. Reena can join as well because she likes doing consultation with her expertise. Amrita, time to welcome Reena now in Israel. We cover every continent at Healing Our Earth. So let's cover Israel, where Reena is going to introduce Satsung and tell us chit chat with each other. So Amrita, Reena, and Satsung, all over to you for more.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to
Thank
just
you.
I would like to say I
Gigi.
meditate every day. I teach a class of meditation and it's in the mornings. If you like to join my free meditation class, please join every day.
Definitely. So you can use Neeta natural herbal products and meditate with Neeta ji as well and join her classes. She'll be giving Ayurveda tips along with meditation tips. Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Please stay around. And it's time to move to Israel, where we have our lovely friend and my student. And also, I can see Heather, and we have Rena and Satsang. Global Namaste to you. A very warm welcome, Rena.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. I want to give you a big hug. I haven't seen you in such a long
Me
time.
too.
And Heather, I wasn't expecting you to be here, so it's nice to see that you are here. But really, we're here for satsang. Satsang, I'm so excited to be here with you. Thank you for joining us today. Oh, we can't hear you, satsang.
Oh, you can't hear me? Hold on.
Now I can. Now I can.
Okay, I have to get closer to my
Now we
mic.
can.
Okay, so
Yes,
Global
please.
Namaste. I'm so happy to be here and happy that Heather Sage is here too. And I just want to talk about another thing that was internal. We were talking about this. We were talking about self-care and self-love, and I wanted to talk about confidence today.
Yeah, so I really see you as someone who is an expert in confidence, and I know that you have modalities that I've actually used with you, your Bach flowers, which I find are amazing and just like a little secret that I wish everybody knows about. So tell us all about them, and also human design, which has also helped me to increase my confidence. So take it away, Satsang.
Okay, and ask me questions whenever if I get off track or anything like that. So I'm actually talking a little less about Bach flowers and human design today, but Bach flowers, I believe, can heal the world. They're flower essences, just a bit of background, and I adore them. I'm going to mention them a teeny bit. And human design is a way to get us to know ourselves more deeply. But what I'm going to do is talk about sort of a mindset thing that's really transformed my life, because in the big picture, what I do is I help people when people come to me, I help them sort of uncover the patterns underneath what's going on with them. And I use Bach flowers in human design for this. But what I'm talking about today is about building confidence, because I feel that confidence is very important to self-care, because it's only once we feel confident in ourselves that we can really take care of ourselves and put ourselves first. So credit where credit is due. A lot of this comes from a book that I read, completely transforming for me. I read it only late March. I'm now my 5th reading of this book, and so it's completely changed my life. It's called The Gap and the Gain. It talks about measuring success in our wins as a way of building confidence. So I'm just going to start how we normally do, and Rena, jump in whenever. If you feel anything's going off track or if any questions, please jump in, okay?
You're doing great.
Okay, so what this talks about is how we can really measure what we've accomplished in life and our successes in a way that really helps us. So the way that in general we're taught to measure our success is we start from where we are right now, and then we look ahead to what our goals are and what our ideals are, and we sort of measure the difference between where we are now and where we want to be. And looking at our goals is useful, but it's not a very good way of measuring success, because we never get there, because the human condition is that we're always striving for more. And so when we reach a goal, we're always moving beyond that, which is a good thing, because it keeps us moving, keeps us developing and opening up and learning new things. But in terms of measurement, it's not good. And that's why sometimes or many times you'll see someone who on the outside might look successful, but they feel like they're not successful inside, because they always see this gap between where they are now and where they want to be. So what I started doing since late March, when I read this book for the first time, is doing what is suggested, which is we start where we are now, and then we measure backwards. We look at where we came from, whether it's that day, that week, that quarter, that year, whatever it happens to be. And we actually measure what we've done. And as a way of building confidence, leading to us taking care of ourselves, it's amazing, because we look at actually what we've done. And what I initially did is I look at a quarter, which is suggested. This was late March. And I felt like during that quarter, I'd done nothing. Anyone living in Israel in March of this year knows there was a lot going on. And I just felt in many ways that over the previous 90 days, nothing had got done. So I looked at my calendar and to see, in doing this exercise. And although a calendar is not the best way to see what I had done, it's just things I planned, I was still blown away. I looked back and I saw that I had actually done a huge amount of things. And with that, my confidence really grew, because I came from a place where I thought I accomplished nothing to realizing that a lot had gone on. And with this confidence, I also started dreaming bigger dreams and doing more things. And so I think it's very, very valuable. And it's very, very valuable for women because I think the bigger we dream and the bigger, more confidence we have, the bigger changes we can make in this world for good. And so that is the basic thing, is that we start where we are and then we measure backwards from where we were. And I really, really encourage everyone here to try it out. I really encourage trying it out for maybe the past 90 days and then doing it every month. You can do it every day. And it's, for me, it's been life transforming. And I just think it's a really, really powerful exercise to do. And what also happened around the time of my second reading of the book is there's a few other things I want to talk about of ways to increase your wins. And one of the things is to share with somebody. And so I wrote my mom, and after I read the book the second time, and I said, you want to do this exercise where we share together our wins and gratitude for the day. And so we've been doing that ever since. My mother and I now, like, we text each other once or twice a day. And each time we say like 3 things for which we're grateful, and then 3 wins we have or we want to get. And like anything, the more you focus on things, the bigger it is in your life. Whether it's because you're focusing, you see it, or also energetically you draw more in. And it's just a way of building on itself. So I just really, really, really recommend that. If you have questions right now, Rena, I can answer them, or I can keep going on, whatever it is that
I don't have questions,
like.
but
Okay.
I do have things that I could respond to, and I'm debating if I should just let you finish and then I'll talk, or if you want to pause for a moment and I'll talk and then we'll go back to you. What do you prefer?
Why don't I go through 3 more points and then we'll go to all of your reflections. So
Great. Sounds good.
I just wanted to mention a few other things that were suggested, and which for me personally has been very valuable in terms of also maximizing the wins that we notice in ourselves to increase our confidence, increase what we do in this world. And the first of these is to remember always that we're responsible for the stories we tell ourselves about what's happened to us. We're the ones that are able to change the narrative of our pasts and turn our experiences into wins. And what I'm saying here is not toxic positivity. I am so against that if something hard has come, but I also really do believe that almost everything, if not everything we experience in life, can be reframed as a win and a positive experience, even if it's in the matter of just learning from it, or even if it's just having got through it and I'm still alive and I'm still breathing and I've still learned. And so that in itself, I think, is also very, very important in terms of taking control of your past and being responsible for the stories you tell, because there's nothing objective completely. We all know people have gone through the same experiences, and some of them come out stronger and some of them don't. And now, Rena, you've talked about this a lot as well. So this is another way to increase your wins, to see everything as a learning experience, the things that you maybe didn't go out that well, and a win because we've learned. And another thing that's helped me a lot is being very, very clear about what my goals are, because the clearer we are about our goals, the more we can stay on track and make the change and the impact that we want in our lives, and have more successes and more wins, and the whole cycle of confidence. And going back to Bach flowers and to human design, this can really help in terms of being clear about our goals. Bach flowers, some that might help depending on what your situation is. Walnut is very good for having us listen to ourselves and not to others. Sometimes we get off track with our goals because of what others tell us, or what we might believe others are wanting to tell us, and we're not clear about what's good for ourselves. The Bach flower Serrato is also really good for this in terms of trusting our judgment and trusting our inner voice more. And human design can be very helpful in terms of having greater self-awareness and access to our inner voice as well. And not to compare ourselves to others. So if you compare yourself to others, the Bach flower willow can help with that. In many ways, comparison is the opposite of confidence, because when we listen to ourselves and just look within, that's when we're stronger. And the very last thing is related to this, is that once we're clear about our goals, it's easier to stay on track and not get sucked into other people's goals, because people are enthusiastic about what they're enthusiastic about. And when we're clear about what we want, it's easier to stay on track. So the big thing, if you'll get only one thing out of it, is just make an effort to measure backwards when you're looking at what your successes are and what your wins are and what you've accomplished. And I would really, really encourage you, it took me like about 15 minutes to do for a quarter. I really encourage you after this to really try it out and see how it works. And then to do all the things you can in terms of building your wins, which is again to take control of your past. Remember, you control your story. And to be clear about your goals, talk to your mom and share text messages about gratitude and wins, and not get distracted from your goals. And that's basically it. So I'd love to hear your reflections, Rena.
Wow, Satsang, I am so appreciative of you sharing all of this. It's really inspiring to hear. I have so many reflections. I wrote them down. First of all, I love that you summed it up at the end with just, let's be clear, the main takeaway is measure backwards and build your wins. And I loved that you also mentioned using the calendar as a way that I do the same thing. It helps to just to jog my memory. What are the things that I really did? And I lived through March with you here. So for people who don't know, we were running back and forth to bomb shelters, and things, normal life just wasn't really happening. And it's really easy to, we were in survival mode, and it's really easy to then see how everything else is on pause. And it's really amazing that you were able to say, something needs to shift inside of me so that I can keep moving forwards in a way that's confident and purposeful. And you did that. So kol hakavod, which is Hebrew, it means all the respect to you. Really great job. A lot of what you said that I wanted to, I think you touched on this, but I'm going to ask you a question and then I'll do some more reflecting. It might be a hard question. It's something I grapple with a lot, but this dissonance between goals, as on the one hand, being really helpful, as you said, for staying on track and being really clear with our goals, and on the other hand, not using them as a measurement because we're always continuously growing. Can you speak about that for a moment?
Absolutely. So I agree with you. I have never been able to write a business plan. I have no idea what I'm doing 5 years, 3 years, next month, no idea at all. But yet there's certain goals that are really important to me. And I have, for instance, an overarching goal, excuse me, like for instance, and then which is I really want to make an impact and to really help people through modalities like human design and Bach flowers. But what I did is I have what I did about 3 months ago for the next 3 months, which was May, June, July. I tried to have 3 things that were of priorities to me. I ended up writing 5 things that were priorities, but things I wanted to focus on. One, for instance, was getting a lot better at human design. One was getting more regular at running again. One was to take care of myself emotionally and mentally and physically. I had a few other things. I forget what they were. It came to 5. And so I have these on a whiteboard close to my desk. And I look at them. And it was really interesting because I was thinking the other day how I really have done all of these. And so there's sort of vague goals. And even, I'll tell you one thing that really helped me a lot. There's one situation about a month and a half ago. There was an event to go to, and I was really torn. Like there was very good arguments, pro or con, and usually I have good intuition, but I just was torn. And so what I did is I got up and I walked to my whiteboard and I looked at the list of 5 items, and I saw that this event did not fall into any of those 5 categories. And that was my decision. Mm-hmm. So I agree with you. It's hard for me to have specific goals. I also have very changeable intuition, but they're I would say maybe for me, they're priorities in my life. Maybe that would be a better word for me, is priorities, but things that are very strongly priorities.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. That's really, I love that concrete example that you weren't sure about this decision, and because you had written your goals or to think about them as priorities, that you were able to see really clearly this is a no. That's a really, really helpful strategy. And I see here London Lata wrote in the chat, she agrees with you, and that it's also important that we remember to celebrate our small wins. And I want to just talk about that for a moment. And I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, if you allow me, that's okay. Because a lot of what you shared here is actually what I do with my health coaching clients. And I am trained as a health coach. I've been working as a health coach for 5 years, but I'm actually right now pursuing my board certification as a health coach, which means I'm in another training course. And as I work through the training course, I'm remembering so much of health coaching. Like a lot of people think that health coaching is like, I know so much about health or I know so much about nutrition. But the reality is, I know a lot about changing our habits and changing our behaviors. And that's exactly what you spoke about here. And that's really the framework of what I do with clients is creating goals. And it's a really important part of the process to reflect on the goals and see how we are as we move towards them, see if certain goals got met, and then we stretch to further goals, see if certain people have a habit of overstretching and maybe the goals need to be made a little bit smaller. And pausing to reflect along the way on our progress. And I always ask my clients fill out a form between sessions. And the first question is, what positive changes have you noticed between this session and our last session? So they're cultivating that for themselves. And then I complete my programs are 7 months. And at the end of the 7 months, spoiler alert, in case anybody here ever becomes a client of mine, the final session is what I call the success celebration. And I compile a list of all the positive changes that clients have shared with me and also that I wrote down in our sessions. And then the client reads them out. And it's a whole ceremony that we do. And so many people, and I actually do this even if it's not health coaching, I'll do it with other clients as well that I'm teaching. And so many people, they'll like, I'll always ask them, like, okay, now before they don't know that I have this list, it's a surprise for them. So I'll invite them to write down what they believe were their successes. Most people come up with like 2, 3, maybe 5. And then I surprise them with like 100 items that they've accomplished. And it's like this moment of like, whoa, I really have accomplished a lot. And the way that I always describe it to them and that I think is so relevant with everything that you shared is that I believe with life, I always envision it like a mountain, that we're climbing a mountain and we never really get to the top, but we can pause and look at the view. And even if we've made it 50 meters or 100 meters up and we pause and there's a lookout point, there's already going to be a beautiful view there. And then as we continue moving, like no one climbs a whole mountain without taking any breaks. You're always going to take a break and take a sip of water and pause and look out at the view. And that's what's so important to do. And so amazing that you have found this book. And I love, like, that's really what I do with my health coaching clients. And I love that you brought it up with this book where it's really the both and. It's okay, let's make space for pausing and looking backwards so that I have the confidence to be able to look forwards and create goals and move forwards in that way. So is that a good summary of what you just shared?
That is perfect. And I love that with your clients, you're always looking backwards and counting their wins. I think that is so amazing. And it's such a gift to them at the end to receive that. I think it's just beautiful, 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 beautiful.
Amazing, amazing. And I can also speak, having been a client of yours, those Bach flowers gave me so much confidence. And at a time when I really was struggling with sleep, and that can impact confidence a lot, I was able to sleep and maintain my confidence. And human design for me, to this day, I'll share a story. On Friday, I was sitting at my kitchen table, which is right in front of my front door, and I keep the front door open now because there's a nice breeze and it's really hot otherwise. And my next door neighbor popped her head over to say hi, and I had my computer out and I was listening to somebody speak about money. I've been doing a lot of learning about money. And she looked at me and she said, "Do you like take a day off for rest?" And I was like, "Yeah, I always take a day off for rest." And she's like, "Okay, good. At least you take one day." And then she walked away and I thought to myself, I'm like, I'm not working right now, but she thinks that I'm working. And like for a moment I was hard on myself of like, do I not rest enough? And then I remembered and I thought of you, Satsang. I thought, I'm a generator. I get my energy from doing things. This person is a projector. And she, like you, who's also a projector, needs rest. So it's really hard for someone who's different to see me being this energizer bunny and knowing that like that's actually filling me up.
Exactly. And that's the amazing, one of the many amazing things about human design is because oftentimes we assume it's a natural human thing that people are like us unless we learn otherwise. And we can learn so much about other people and why they are a certain way. And I feel that builds so much acceptance of other people and also ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because were I to not to know human design, I think, why do I work so much less than Rena? And now it's obvious because we're both following what's natural, how we're naturally designed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So thank you so much. You really brought so much to me, I'm sure to all of the listeners. Dr. Amrita, what do you have to say?
I just want to say thank you. Thank you so much. It brought so much to me to be here. I'm so touched you invited me, that everybody did. And thank you so much for having me.
You are so welcome.
Oh, I would like to have 2-3 minutes of yours again to discuss few things. What are your thoughts about? We had other guests with us who had been discussing about the radiance of the skin, about the care that we must give to ourselves and nourishing ourselves. What are your thoughts, Satsang, for that? And I know Rena also has to say something more about it. Over to you.
About nourishing the skin?
Yes, nourishing
Yeah,
the
I think
skin and taking care of
absolutely.
yourself.
Absolutely. And I think for everybody, different things are important. For me, it's very important to take care of my skin. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think part of, self-care is, I think everybody has different areas that are more important to them, but it's both inside and outside. We're a being that's both inside, outside, and our aura. And so taking care of all aspects of that is ideal. Absolutely. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, definitely. I love that you bring in all of it inside, outside the aura. And yeah, I mean, Dr. Amrita, I've talked a lot about skin on here. When was it? 9 years ago, were the first person to tell me to start using olive oil on my skin. And to this day, that's what I use as my moisturizer, and I love it. And it's like weird to me that other people don't. And like I sometimes walk into my friends' bathrooms, I'm like, why are there so many facial products? Like I just have one, it's just olive oil. Not from a place of judgment, from a place of like wonder and awe. I'm like, oh my, like there's so many products out there. So yeah, that's that. I have been having a lot of dry skin recently. And like I use the olive oil on my face, but I don't always moisturize other parts of my body. So now I've started using the olive oil to moisturize other parts of my body. My arms particularly have been getting itchy. A naturopath that I'm working with suggested that I make my own calendula oil. So I haven't got the calendula yet because I just haven't been back to the store, but I'm intending to take some calendula, put it in some oil, and then let that sit for a month and then start to use that on my skin. She also suggested that I make my own exfoliant. So I got some sand from the beach. I went today, I bought some sugar and some salt. So I'm going to make a little exfoliant for that. And probably my favorite thing is someone told me recently that red rocks from the beach can be used to scrape the dead skin from the bottom of your foot. So I have a really good rock that I found from the beach. It's nice and red. I use that to scrape my feet. And like others have said already, what's happening on the outside is really a reflection of what happens on the inside. And personally, I'm finishing up a detox that I've been doing for about the last 2 weeks. I'm finally coming out of it, reintroducing more vegetables today. So I'm noticing my skin looks particularly shiny. Maybe it's because of the detox. Yeah, that's what I have to say about skin.
Yeah, that's nice. What kind of detox are you taking? I think time to time, because we also had Anjay and she was talking about gut-brain axis. We were discussing about it and how important it is to take care of the gut for the women is also one part of it. And I know you have been taking a lot of, like you use a lot of detoxification methods. Would you like to recommend the women in our episode and all our viewers what detox are good and best you have found personally and your recommendations for women for cyclic periods or in general?
Yeah, well, what I would say for like for cyclical periods, there's a lot that could be said about that, but emphasizing fermented foods around menstruation, emphasizing sprouts and more live food, fresh food around ovulation, and then between kind of balancing both warmer foods around menstruation is going to help. And that menstruation itself is an opportunity for cleansing and for detoxing, so to honor that and as much as possible to create space for rest so that the blood can actually flow out. And there's a whole lot more that I could say about that. But to focus back, so I actually for a while have kind of been anti-detox because I just feel there's so much that I do in my day-to-day life and I believe that the body knows how to clean itself that I didn't think that I needed to do like a really intense detox. I don't really eat processed food. I eat mostly fresh food, mostly fresh vegetables, a lot of fresh vegetables. But realizing I was having a lot of bloating. And so I went to a naturopath and I said, I'm having a lot of bloating. My best effort isn't helping. And I need some help here. And she did a whole intake. And then she said, I want to put you on a detox. And I said, okay, I'm ready. Whatever you suggest, here I am. And my first suggestion is that for people who want to do a detox or feel called to or just are experiencing symptoms, to do it with the supervision of a professional because this detox that I'm doing is pretty intense and I do not recommend doing it without proper supervision. I can say that the first week was kind of weaning into it, where I focused on eating just a lot of vegetables, sprouted lentils or beans, and whole grain rice. And then the second week, which was like the actual intense part of the detox, I was eating only green vegetables, a lot of green vegetables, sprouted mung beans, and rice. That's it. And a shake in the morning that had just a little bit of pineapple and blueberries and otherwise was mostly greens and sprouts and ice and chia seeds. And like by the end of it I was just tired. Like yesterday I was like I can't eat this anymore. Like I need different food, which is why I really believe like it needs to be supervised. And now as I'm coming out of it, excuse me, finally today feel like I'm having less bloating. I finally today am introducing more different colors of my vegetables, and I've never been so excited to eat a quinoa salad before. Like that in and of itself is a big uh, uh what do I say? A win that I wasn't expecting. Like if I look backwards, like what Satsang was telling us, if I look backwards, if I look forwards, I was starting to get like, oh my gosh, like how am I ever going to keep going? And for me now to look backwards and say like, oh, like just yesterday I was like barely able to eat anything anymore. Like I couldn't eat this green soup anymore. Give me other colors. And so today I was able to like really celebrate, and really that gave me confidence to say like, wow, I really pushed through something that was really hard, and now I get to eat this quinoa salad with red pepper and yellow pepper and beet and quinoa and get to like appreciate this little thing that actually is really big. And I'm so excited that I'll be able to eat nuts again soon. I'll be able to eat eggs again soon. I'll be able to eat fish again soon. Yeah, so when it comes to detox and beauty, definitely do it with proper supervision. Have you ever done a detox, Satsang?
I have, but many years ago, I have to say. It hasn't been recently. I haven't. I sort of have shared the same idea that you had before this detox, is that our bodies are quite strong. And just because I share that doesn't mean that I'm correct. That's actually something about me. Just because I have an opinion, I never say that I'm correct. It just happens to be my opinion. I haven't been called lately to do a detox. Maybe someday. When many years ago, I did a couple of them. And I did feel a lot better afterwards. Maybe it's laziness now. I'm not. Who knows? Who knows the reason why? I just don't feel particularly called one way or the other. Maybe because my focus is on other things right now. I'm not sure.
Maybe you're just living a cleaner lifestyle than you were back then.
Who knows? Who knows what the reason is? I just know that I have very good intuition, so I don't feel called to do something. I generally don't really worry about it that much. You know what I mean? It's and so that's where I am right now with detoxes.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Heather, are you still here? No, she's not here. Okay. Hello.
Hi,
Have you ever done
Hi.
it? How do we pronounce your name?
Anjali with the J.
Hi,
Anjali.
Anjali.
Nice to meet you. Global Namaste.
Global Namaste,
Global
Global
Namaste.
Namaste.
Have you ever
Very
done
beautiful talk you guys were having between each other, detox and everything.
Thank you.
So Reena, Dr. Anjali is a resident contributor. She's there on most of the episodes, and she's a top-class physiotherapist and also women mental coach as well. So you all can be keeping in touch with each other. Reena, you're glowing today, so you're happy. You're taking care of your skin, which is beautiful. And thank you for bringing satsang. Satsang actually is a very good Hindi and Gujarati word for the language. It means joining together in the hymns. You know?
I know that I was actually given the name many years ago.
Yes.
I became a teacher in Kundalini Yoga, and the person, he's actually from India, who brought Kundalini Yoga to North America. I'm originally from Canada. He gave me the name Satsang, and so it's very meaningful for me. I actually changed it legally when I was in my 20s, and I love the name. So it's very meaningful to me, the name Satsang, because
It's a very amazing name. So
Thank you.
when
Thank
the
you.
Indians get together and
Mhm.
they're in a semi-religious or social mood, they say, let's have satsang together, which means let's get together and enjoy good vibes. So there you are. It's a very beautiful name. And
Thank you.
satsang, you, Rena, Nita's Herbal, Nita Singh, Amrita should really get cracking very fast. If any one of you are a good leader, lead the way and get the online consultation going, because it's time that you can share your knowledge to a lot of other people, which will be very beautiful. So Anjali, you get in there. Amrita, if you can lead the way, or Vaishali or Seema, somebody needs to start leading professionally now. Join together and sell your consultancy and services together, because it'll be very useful for each other. And thank you, Reena. Thank you, Satsang in Israel. You are now part of family. Satsang, you can join.
Oh, I'm so happy. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, you can join any episode you like. Reena will keep you in touch. Thank you very much. We're going to move to Dr. Anjali as well, because she has got some wonderful points for us today. So Amrita, Anjali, take it over and let's say temporary goodbye to Israel.
Thank you, Renan. Thank you,
Bye-bye,
Heather,
thank
and thank
you.
you, Satsang. Please do join again. And it's time to move from Israel to India, where we have our sweet Dr. Anjali, who will be sharing her insights, tips that she has, and her experiences about being a woman and a girl. Global Namaste to you, Dr. Anjali.
Global Namaste, Dr. Amrita. Global Namaste, Neil Kumarji, and everyone. Uh, Wonderful
So
to be
good to
back
see
with.
you and to, yes, back over with our chit chats and discussions. It's so good to see you again. And yeah, today's episode is about self care and self love. You have been motivating a lot of women. You have been working as a physician, as a physiotherapist, as a holistic healer. You give so many guidances on nutrition, health, as well as maintenance of well being to many individuals. What is your message for today's women's episode for taking care of themselves as well as nourishing themselves? Over to you.
So I'll share my PPT if it's okay, just pointers,
Sure, definitely. We look forward to.
Right. And now how do I do F5, is it?
Yes.
Full screen.
Or you can go to the slideshow. Yeah, anything. Yeah, slideshow. Yes, beginning.
Yeah. Okay. So, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know how many people are hearing us from all parts of the world. And today we have this very beautiful topic. I loved it. It's called women's self-care. And it's such an important topic for me now. I understand the value of caring for myself because we're so engrossed in our daily chores, life, day-to-day activities that we forget that we need a me time. And that me time is so important to get ahead in life with respect to health for ourselves. So, we'll be sharing a little bit of insight as to what, as women, we should be focusing on a day to day activities or day to day exercises. How about, nutrition? How about sleep? What should we be doing actually? So, why is self care important? As I mentioned, that there was a time when I was so much busy looking after my patients that I didn't have time to eat my food, eat my lunch in time, or even go to sleep on time. Now I realize that as a woman, or as a doctor, or as a clinician, anyone and everyone, anyone as a woman, should have some me time for themselves, which involves self care, which can be so much essential for your better health, managing your mental well-being, also preventing your painful joint. Because all the time, if you're sitting and working, you will have pain in the end of the day and you'll feel fatigue. And then the next day gets again another pile of work, and then you get tired. So, to have that energy flowing in your body, we need to have a morning routine, a night routine, or an afternoon routine. Okay, so it's like not a big thing to achieve, but there's so many little things which we can do. So it is very important to have a focused time when we get up in the morning. So it's not should be a rush time. It's like a quiet early morning, spending some time with nature, going for a walk, which cannot be very brisk, a very limited speed where you can at least sing a song or utter a word because you need your heart to work. So when you're walking among plants and trees, your cortisol levels will drop and you'll feel very energized. The morning routine is so important. Or you can do some yoga or pranayam or some prayers, which can help to quieten your very wandering mind because you are full of responsibilities and ticking the boxes. Okay, I've done this, I've done that. But we need that quiet moment for ourselves because that helps to that's the golden time, I say. The morning hours is a golden hour where you can plan and schedule your day, which will fit into your boxes of good food, good nutrition, and good amount of productivity at work also. So let's start with a simple chanting like Om chanting, simple basic exercises where we exercise our lungs, our abdomen, our spine postures. So basic little things can also improve our quality of life. And it's such an important thing because a healthy woman is a healthy society, and that's what is a healthy family, and it's a healthy workplace. So everything spirals down to what you do for your body. So daily habits, it can be very simple, seven goal stars, I would say. It's your goal marks in your house, which can be drinking 7 to 8 glasses of water, but also introduce a little bit of, fruits, which are very hydrating. Cucumber, it can be watermelon. You can hydrate just with fruits or, salads, just not plain water because it just drives the sodium, potassium levels out of your body. Then eating a nourishing food in the morning, a heavy, good breakfast of proteins or good fat also can start your day with minimum carb and moving the body because when you move your body, all your fascia gets stretches and it tries to let your lymph glands work better because you have lymphs under your armpits, under your groins, and you have lymph around your neck. So all these glands try to work and liberate the toxins out of your body when you go moving. You kind of dance, move, do something with your body, not just sit still. And walking minimum, 10 minutes after meals can do a very important, energy boosting method for your body. Can cut down the insulin requirement of your body, can make your body's very, very, hormonal optimum level. And also try to get a good night's sleep. That is your magic pill. And you don't need any more supplements if you can sleep better in the night. So detox from your gadgets, keep your gadgets away from your room where you're sleeping. And at least 7 to 8 or 9 hours of sleep is a very important sleep. And for women who have small babies, can't sleep because the baby is getting up, try to catch up on the sleep when you have not taken those minimum 7 to 8 hours of sleep. Very, very important to sleep with the baby routine. Also seek help. You need help. You need friends, you need family support, you need your colleagues at work support. You need a very good tribe around you to help you, tell you, okay, it's enough. Now go to bed, go rest, go eat well. So we had Healing Our Earth family. We always talk, right? So we get such good inputs from Neil ji, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Goel, and Meeta ji and Lata ji. Like we all come together to support each other. So it's very important to have a tribe among ourselves and manage to do a little bit of pranayama and relaxation session, which is, as I mentioned, om chanting. You can do bird watching, sit in front of a garden if you have that provision. Observe little, nature which has given you everything, flowers, plants. Observe and just kind of, decentralize your mind away from work, away from duties, away from everything, and rest your mind with nature. It really helps to boost that natural, hormone in the morning hours. So when you go to work, whether you're working in the kitchen, whether you're working in office, whether you're sedentary, whether you're doing a lot of things like teaching or anything, you need to have a good posture, because posture is again a very good indicator of your health. And a good posture means you're breathing better. So you can sit on your desk in a well supported chair. Very important to have a good chair. And also involve your breathing, which is your diaphragm. Your diaphragm is a muscular structure. And if the diaphragm is not moving well, you'll always have restricted breathing. So you'll have problems sleeping in the night if your diaphragm is not working properly throughout the day. You'll see that you're very anxious in the end of the day and you're not getting sleep in the night. Even if you're standing, your posture shouldn't be slouch, because that's again another reason you're not able to breathe well. And when you're not able to breathe well, you'll be always in that flight and fight mode, and which can also cause you a lot of pain around the neck. You'll feel pain around the jaw, and headaches become a common sequence for women. So, basic looking after your posture, just sitting upright, seeing that your shoulder blades are tucked back, you're not slouching, and your shoulders are in line with your hips or pelvis, trying to draw a nice deep breath and trying to let your abdomen expand and naturally go back to its position is a very good breathing posture for women and for everyone. And it helps to reduce anxiety. It also boosts your confidence. So when you walk into a meeting room or you're talking in conferences, how you stand is your business card. So that's very important. And that is why we say that a good posture means you'll have less injuries. And your tendons, your ligaments, and your joint structures will have less arthritic changes if the posture or the weight bearing poses going through our bones are well in position also. Now, very important topic for women is the pelvic floor exercises. We always think that pelvic floor is only when the woman has had a childbirth or has delivered. We have a lot of young girls now, 14, 15, 16, 17 years old girls having incontinence in school or in sleep. So we have moms who have incontinence, or we have women in menopause who are having incontinence and constipation, and also a lot of pelvic pain during their periods also is a common phenomena. So it is important that we understand the hygiene, what we say the pelvic floor hygiene, which is to use those muscles in a way to tighten. Imagine you want to go to washroom, you wanting to stop the flow of pee and poo, and gently let them tighten for few seconds and let go. And it can be in a relaxed frequency. It shouldn't be at a time where you're continuously tightening up, because that will cause further problems. But all these exercises always recommended that you see a physiotherapist, train in pelvic flow before starting on these programs, especially if you don't know whether you're doing them correctly. So it's important to consult with a qualified physio and then assess yourself and get this sorted. For young girls who have painful periods, it's important that you look at your pelvic floor health, because if you're sitting all day long watching reels or looking at computers all day long, you tend to breathe very stagnant, like your breath gets stuck. And when your breath gets stuck, your pelvic floor is a very tiresome muscle. It get tight and tiresome, and then that's again another reason when we see young girls complaining of period pains, which can be because of hormones and because of posture. So important to let your body move throughout the day. So I would say mini snack breaks of movement. Your pelvic floor gets blood supply and you can feel much lighter in terms of body pains and everything. So this is a simple core strengthening program for all age groups. It doesn't matter what age group you are. From you can be, 60, 65, 70. You can also do these exercises and sitting on a chair, basically. So these are core strengthening when you've delivered a baby. So you can do lying down with the knee and trying to control your breath, little bit of pelvic rolls. So you sit and try to push your hip back and lift your pelvic up, and also a little bit of movement with the hand, alternate hand, can help you strengthen the core muscles. So the core is your foundation. It helps you move, stand, do things. You don't get injured. You get to do things properly. And mobility and flexibility is such an important thing in the morning routine. You can do a simple cat and a camel. So while sitting, you just kind of bring your chest down, breathe in, expand and breathe out. So this is a simple exercise you can do while throughout the day. Basically, it helps to empower your whole spinal column. And also a child pose is a very good grounding pose to level you down, to calm you down, to calm your mind down. And also a little bit of a spinal twist is very important to bring nutrition and warmth to your spine. And trying to look up and look down, because all the time we're looking at the screen. So our neck tends to droop downward, muscles get shorter and tighter. So it's important that we try to lift ourselves up and expand our, the frontal anterior part of our body. Very, very important. And the most important word is strength training. So all women should now invest in good proteins, good strength buildup, which can involve squats with weights, lunges with weights, therabands or resistive exercises, which can be done at least minimum 3 times in a week. And also wall push-ups. So you can't do anything in the office, can't do anything at home. Just go to the wall, push your hand on the wall and just try to push, come back, at least do 20. Do it in between meals. No, after eating meals, you can do it. So it has a very good impact on your sugar levels. And also just walking on your toes and bringing your heels down. It's a very good exercise for people with diabetes, insulin resistance, PCOD, and painful periods, because it helps to calm down your hormones, which can cause high sugar levels in the body. So basic program is try to get this doing at least 150 minutes in a week, or at the most strength training can be done 3 times in a week for 20 minutes. It brings a very good change in your mental health and you start to feel much happier also. So mobility and stretching, the key guru mantras I would say is cat and camel. So as I said, rolling the spine back and forth, hip flexor stretch is a good exercise to calm down your hormones. So sometimes when we are in a very, very stressed situation, the muscle which gets super tight is called as a hip flexor. So that stretching will help to calm down your emotions also. You will have better digestion, better feeling, and everything. Thoracic rotation. So this is your upper part of your compartment is called thorax. It needs to move because we have become too glued to the anterior part of the computers or screens. Our body needs to revolve, move, and that helps to bring about good amount of fluidity in your organs of your body. And a hamstring stretch is very important to get your pelvis, hip, knee joint functioning because that's the important muscle which gets you walking. It's an anti-gravity muscle which helps you push forward. So it's very, very important that we do this exercise for ourselves now.
Dr.
So
Anjali, that is such a good presentation, simple format to do. We'll carry on with the rest of the part bit later. We need to move to the Rotarian Lal Boy's guest at 9:15. The next 45 minutes belongs to
yeah,
him.
I'll just take 1 minute and end it. Just
Go
1
ahead,
minute.
please. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah. So final word is stress, sleep, and nutrition. So these are your sleeping hours I've already talked about. Look at your vitamin D and calcium intake. That can only work when we have sunlight. So we are taking vitamin D, but we need to be exposed to sun. But in countries like UK, US, Canada, where sunlight is not there, I would say try to get at least be outdoors. Even if you're outdoors, you may get the UV lights, and that again is another stimulant for your vitamin D. And definitely get on to think sane and think mindful about what your surroundings, what your people are talking about. So mindfulness is so important. And then thank you, everyone. And exercise can be individualized, like everybody's exercise can be different. So please consult somebody who is your provider, healthcare provider. And for any healthcare concerns, you can always message me. I can reach back to you. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Anjali. I think we should put this PowerPoint on the Facebook. If you could stop screen sharing, and then we'll discuss it later. So that was a wonderful presentation. And as I said, we should actually share it on the social media. Stay around, Anjali. Amrita, let's go to our senior host, Rotarian Lal Goyal, who has got 4 guests lined up with us. And then we'll move on to USA. Over to you, Amrita.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anjali, for the wonderful presentation. I'll be chit-chatting with you very shortly. It's time to welcome Rotarian Lal Goyal ji from India. Global Namaste. A very warm welcome. He's a charter president and a founder of Rotary Club of Organ Donation, international, and chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and Gyan. And he is our senior host as well as a regular contributor for various episodes hosted at Healing Our Earth. A very warm welcome to you and all the guests who have joined us from this platform through the Rotary Club Organ Donation. Global Namaste, and over to you. Thank you.
Global Namaste, Amritaji. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Neil Kumarji, Amritaji, and the entire team of Healing Our Earth for giving me once again the opportunity to talk about today's topic, which is very important: women, self-care, self-love, and organ donation. The best protection for tomorrow is taking care of yourself today. Global Namaste to you all. Today, I have the privilege of speaking on a subject that beautifully connects self-care, self-love, and organ donation. Women are the foundation of every family and the backbone of every society. They are daughters, sisters, wives, mothers, professionals, caregivers, and leaders. They spend their lives caring for everyone around them. But very often, they neglect the most important person, themselves. As the saying goes, you cannot pour from an empty cup. Before caring for others, we must first care for ourselves. Self-care is not a luxury. It is a responsibility. It means eating healthy food, exercising regularly, getting adequate sleep, managing stress, undergoing regular health checkups, and seeking timely medical advice. A healthy woman nurtures a healthy family, and healthy families build a healthy nation. As our Lord wisely said, caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation. Self-love is equally important. It is not about vanity, it is about self-respect. It means valuing your body, your mind, your dreams, and your well-being. When a woman learns to love herself, she teaches the world how she deserves to be treated. A woman who values herself becomes stronger, healthier, happier, and more capable of caring for others. Now let us connect this with organ donation. Healthy organs begin with a healthy lifestyle. Every healthy choice we make protects our heart, liver, kidneys, lungs, pancreas, and other organs. By caring for ourselves today, we not only improve our own quality of life, but also preserves the possibility of giving the gift of life tomorrow. Women have always been symbols of compassion, sacrifice, and unconditional love. Many mothers have donated a kidney to save their children. Many daughters have donated to their parents, and many wives to their husbands. Their generosity reflects the extraordinary strength of women. Yet, there is an even greater gift available to all of us: diseased organ donation. After our lifetime, our organs no longer serve us, but they can save the lives of others. One diseased organ donor can save up to 9 lives and improve the lives of more than 75 people through tissue donation. As Mother Teresa said, and I quote, "It is not how much we give, but how much love we put into giving." There can be no greater expression of love than giving life to someone after our own life has ended. Unfortunately, thousands of patients die every year while waiting for an organ transplant. The tragedy is not the lack of compassion, it is the lack of awareness and family discussions. If you believe in organ donation, please register your pledge. And most importantly, share your decision with your family. Their support is crucial when the time comes. Women possess a unique power. They influence generations. They shape the values of children, inspire families, and strengthen communities. Imagine the transformation if every woman encouraged her family to adopt healthy lifestyle and support organ donation. As Mahatma Gandhi reminded us, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. And as Rotarians, we are guided by service above self. Organ donation is perhaps one of the purest expression of that ideal, serving humanity even after life itself. Let me conclude with 3 simple promises. I will care for my health because my life is precious. I will love and respect myself because I deserve a healthy and happy life. I will pledge my organs and inspire my family and friends to support organ donation so that my legacy become a legacy of life. Let me leave you with one final thought. A woman who practices self-care inspires wellness. A woman who embraces self-love inspires confidence. A woman who pledges organ donation inspires hope. Together, they create a legacy they live forever. Thank you. Now, as usual, I have guests from India, and I would like to take my first panelist guest, and she is, yeah.
Dr. Urvashi is not putting the video on.
Okay, Dr. Urvashi, if you are not there, I think we can then go for next panelist if she's not.
And the next panelist is Sweta, but
yeah,
she's not able to put her video correct. Sweta, if you top slide from your phone, unlock. Okay, Urvashi is here. Sweta, if you could unlock your portrait and flip the phone, you will become landscape. Urvashi has now put the video on, so we can highlight her. There you are. There.
Yeah. So the first panelist guest of mine is Rotarian Dr. Urvashi Mittal. Rotarian Dr. Urvashi Mittal is the past Association Secretary of Inner Wheels India. She is a proud member of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. She is based in New Delhi, and I am very thankful to her that although she has received her daughter with a young child today at her home, but she has given the time. So welcome Rotarian Dr. Urvashi Mittal for this very, very important topic, women, self-care, self-love and organ donation. Rotarian Dr. Urvashi Mittal, please.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lance sir, Neil sir, for the warm invite to be a panelist here. And my hello and good evening. Hare Krishna to all the fellow panelists. As I joined late, I may have missed some important discussion. So if I repeat the point, I request everyone not to mind. And before I actually come to the topic, sir, I want to share something very bright and positive. As sir said, my daughter is and my grandson is here from London for the first time. He's just 6 months old baby. So I was telling them while the dinner was being laid that I have to hurry up quickly because I have to join this meeting. And so and the connection with organ donations. My daughter said, had I been PM, I would have passed a law that everyone has to donate by default. And if someone doesn't want, they have to opt out instead of it the other way around. So I was so very happy about the younger generation and their perspective. As it just happened, I wanted to share it immediately. And now coming to the topic, as I said, I like, sir, every issue, every topic and everything can be discussed from multiple angles. And that depends on your mindset, your education, your legacy, and your field of work. So self-love, self-care, and organ donation. So as we all often hear, charity begins at home. So the same way, self-care and self-love. And before I go further, I will like to explain the thin hairline difference between self-care and self-love. I don't know whether Lal sir must have said that, but for me, self-care is when you take good care of yourself, you are properly hydrated, properly fed, properly slept, and you take good care of yourself. And self-love, when you accept yourself, when you embrace yourself, when you find no matter how you are, no matter where you are, no matter what you do, but when you find something positive about yourself. So then when you embrace yourself, when you accept yourself, then you become content. And then what you are inside, that you start extending outside. In psychology, we call it projection. As a snake gives poison and flower gives fragrance. So what we have inside, the same thing we intend to project outside, means the same thing we tend to give out. So when we love ourselves, when we care for ourselves, then we automatically, very easily, we extend outside. And at the same time, excess of everything is bad. We need to love ourselves. And you know, when Sar has told about my background, like working with a number of social service organizations. So whenever we talk to few ladies, they feel guilty about caring for themselves. So from this platform, I want to tell them all that there is a difference in self-love and doing something in excess. You should, like, we all must have heard that dialogue of Kareena Kapoor in movie Jab We Met. I'm a fan of myself. So that's how we all should be. But at the same time, we shouldn't overdo it. We should take care because only then we can care outside. Otherwise, we will be exhausted. We will soon die. We will soon die out. We will soon exhaust. So this needs to be in proper balance and proper proportion. Then only we can care for others. And if you take good care of yourself, then you understand the value of life. And that's where organ donation comes in, because then again, in whatever capacity, whether it is volunteer, signing, motivating others, then you can associate with organ donation. In our shastras, it is said sharir madhyam khalu dharma sadhanam, means our body is the medium for any noble cause. So only when we are good and in working condition, and actually I saw it with myself. When I was district chairman, we would get up at early morning and I would leave the house at 8. And by the time I come back, that will be around 9 and totally crash out and feel so exhausted. And again, the next morning we have to get up at 8. But that period would last for only a year. So body would have enough time to recuperate. But if you make it a habit and if you overlook, you don't pay attention to yourself, then again, there will be nothing left in you. So I want to tell everyone, I want to tell my own gender, please don't feel guilty taking good care of yourself. But at the same time, there has to be proper balance and proportion. Because you are a lady, so you have to see to it that everyone is fed properly, and especially in the families when there is meager income. I'm sure Binda and everyone, they will agree with me. When the income sources are limited, when you have to take care that everyone is given out in proportion. So care for yourself. Because when you point one finger at others, 3 point back at you. So you have to be in good condition to take care of others, but at the same time, it has to be really balanced. Love yourself, but at the same time, don't go overboard unnecessarily to taunt others, to criticize others. So what everyone has got, that's good enough. And organ donation fits in here, because if you care for yourself, then you care for life. And then you understand the value of life, and then you associate yourself with organ donation. And that's how even I am here. And today again, my enthusiasm has become double, because my daughter just said, I thought she will say, Mommy, what are you doing? Come on, one meeting, you can give it a miss. But she said, come on, go and tell him and share your brainwave. So here I am. So if every generation, younger generation, if they think like my daughter, I'm sure the world will be much brighter, because right now organs needed are much less than the organs donated. That's why organ trafficking and everything. So this is one step leading to many benefits. So thank you, sir, Lal sir, for starting this big initiative, multinational. Neil sir joining, and you carrying out these awareness Zoom sessions and doing the panels. So here I am giving my bit. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And in the end, I will say only this much: Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. This is our culture. So we want the best for everyone. We want a good world.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Urvashi Mittal, for giving your very strong views. And I must thank your daughter that yes, you are right. The new generation is more informative than us, at least my generation. And they are watching. They know what is happening. And this is a very good news that the new generation is taking care of themselves. They are loving themselves, and definitely they are thinking about the organ donation. So thank you very much, Dr. Urvashi Mittal. Be there. If we will have time, we will talk again. Now I would like to invite my next panelist guest, and she is Miss Shweta Gupta. Miss Shweta Gupta is a renowned mediation and mindfulness coach. She is also a yoga instructor. She is based in Pune. Welcome, Miss Shweta Gupta. You have heard the earlier panelist, and you yourself as a coach, a mindfulness coach and yoga instructor, and you have today's topic is very strong: self-care, self-love, and organ donation. We would like to hear from you. Over to you, Ms. Shweta Gupta. No, we can't hear you. Your voice is not coming.
But instead, in case you're using wireless or something, maybe you just go onto the computer sound, it will come on.
Yes, speak.
Am I audible now?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Loud and clear. Please go ahead. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Global Namaste to all the speakers, Mr. Neil and Rotarian Lalji, and loads and loads of love and beautiful rain showers from Pune, since it is beautiful monsoon going on right now. And it's been, this topic, as you said, it's not a matter of 10 minutes or something, because I conduct sessions in, all the places for more than 2 hours. They are workshops actually, because a beautiful topic and very profound and powerful for women in the society. So, this is nothing which is very modern, like taking care of ourselves and self care and self love. This is very ancient practice, actually. If we look at Devi Sita, there's a beautiful, writer from America, Dana Mariam, who's written books on untold story of Sita, untold story of Rukmini, and now the Sita's Yoga has also come. So I request all the panelists and the speakers to please read those books. Very beautiful, they have put forward that how these things were started in ancient times and traditions, with a lot of rituals of taking care of our homes, our own selves, our health, our careers, empowerment, and everything. And now, as we enter the modern world, also there were many yoginis and rishi patnis also, like those who had explored a lot about these practices, like Devi Anusuya, Arundhati, and Maitri, and so many, ancient yoginis. And after that, in modern times, Laleshwari Devi from Kashmir. I belong to Jammu and Kashmir, so I have, practiced and learned a lot about her, and so many Anandamayi Ma and all. So what I mean to bring in this platform is that this is such a, beautiful and profound thing that everybody has to imbibe these practices on a daily basis. So I would just, try to cover with my personal experience that how, I was transformed uh, as just, as a fitness freak to a absolutely mindful person in today's scenario. Like whatever I choose, that becomes a transformation story for me and for the, clients I reach out to. So it's a journey of 14 years, and I have seen wonderful stories, like I have heard from people that how they, with the help of yoga, meditation, mindfulness practices on a daily basis, they had transformed their lives. So the three topics, one by one, I will touch all three of them. So number one is self care. When we talk about self care, what I usually follow are five rituals. In short, I will try to cover them because I can't put my PPTs and presentations here. So it's a gratitude prayer. When I get up, I don't touch my mobile for 1 hour at least. So I begin a gratitude prayer. I begin my day with a gratitude prayer where, I just close my eyes and then healing music. I just chant. After that, a beautiful mantra is placed in the home, which changes the energies and frequencies and the vibration of the home. And then I move on to 15 minutes of meditation after getting freshen up. 15 minutes of meditation, I just plan and manifest my whole day, the entire day, which is coming now. And then in that, I plan my all the activities. After that comes the prayer, the third ritual, in which I pray the divine to just flow through me, my actions, my words, my speech, and everything I choose to do. So that is the third ritual. The fourth one is while we choose, now, for example, we have to go to a work or we have to do a cooking or anything, because we are the backbones of the family. So everything, even if a small cooking, we talk about, it has to be done with a lot of positivity and with a lot of, healing inside. So that becomes a prasad. The food doesn't remain as a food and it becomes a beautiful prasad, after that. So in that also we can, just put intentions, pure vibrations that, it heals the whole family. So at that time, when you choose the social media content, you choose the diet, you choose the exercise, the whole thing, gets changed when we choose wisely. And the fifth, last ritual is again before going on the bed, if we can again sit with our own selves, introspect the whole day, reflect the whole day which we have spent in a good way or not in a so good way, we can just reflect back and journal that what is to be deleted and what is to be added to the new this thing routine. So these five rituals, if we cover every day, life becomes so much easy, and we can actually transform ourselves and the families we are responsible for. The second thing is self love. Self love is nothing but the self realization, I must say, and it is if you look at the old tradition, it is to do with the inner beauty more. We are now, as we see the rat race in the world, a lot of cosmetic industries and healthcare industries also, they're putting more focus on the outer beauty, but when we glow from inside, everything glows around. So then we don't have to put into a lot of bills towards the cosmetics and the uh, medical and all those type of things. We can just heal ourselves with just the help of breathing, right kind of eating, right kind of exercising, and everything comes. So for that, what I have been doing, I have been writing a journal for last, and this I make my students also practice in the sessions. So gratitude journal, you can name it a gratitude journal, you can name it my story or whatever, name resonate with your personality. You can just write it, and every day's activity you have to write in that journal with lots and lots of gratitude, because gratitude is a magnet for abundance. We all know that. So when the gratitude is there, everything flows beautifully, in and around. And then also one more tip, which I have been using very frequently, making a mind movie. We all are passionate about taking our pictures and selfies and, making videos of beautiful places when we go. So I make mind movies, which are just 2 to 3 minutes. And then, whenever you are in a low energy or something like that, you can watch that mind movie, and it puts you in a beautiful space again. You feel that you're a new soul, you're a new body, and now you are again, alive to make wonders in the world. So that is one more thing. And apart from that, your diet plans, your regular health checkups, your as I said, exercise routine, your socialization list. the people you are surrounded with, the kind of friends you are accompanying to, all that, whichever counts up in your that small world, you can make a journal of that, and every day you have to spend that 15 minutes with your journal. So that is one more thing about the self love. And now we comes to organ donation. It's a beautiful initiative. Even though I was not in a spiritual journey in 2010, I had already donated my organs through Mohan Foundation, and luckily I meet Rotarian Lalji now, and I would love to work with him further also, because as he said, a cup which is full can fill up others, right? So if we have a self love, if we have we know everything about the self care and everything, it is our definitely a purpose and a big role to contribute and serve the same to the society. So definitely we should definitely think about the organ donation, and it's a beautiful initiative. And my heartfelt gratitude to you, Lalji, and all the speakers here for giving me this opportunity to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shweta Gupta, for giving your views, and you have very elaborately mentioned what is the self-love and self-care, and you have also mentioned about Sita ji and Rukmani, etc. Definitely, would love to read how they at that time they are taking self-care and self-love they are giving, and women empowerment at that time, because that is what the new generation should know, why it is so important. So thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce my next panelist guest, and she is Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine. Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine is the academic dean at Skillversity. She is an active member of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. She is based in Cochin. Welcome, Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine. I think you are a living example of self-care, self-love, and organ donation. I need not to explain, but you know well, and I think many of our viewers also know about you. So, Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine, you have heard about the earlier panelists and the topic also, which is very close to you. Uh, Breaking the ceiling. I still remember your first meeting in one of my addresses where you use this phrase. So I would like to know from you your views on today's topic: women, self-care, self-love, and organ donation. Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine, please.
Global Namaste. So this is a topic. Actually, first of all, I should thank Lal Goel sir and the Rotary Club, because always you come up with this women self care, self love, and I would say this topic is never outdated. Even if we discussed 10 years ago or 10 years or 10 years after, no much big differences happening, because this is very important topic. All generation have to. So, having said that, when I got this topic, I just had a conversation in my office. Like, I asked my team, uh, what do you think? Whom do you think has changed your life, or whom do you think have so much impact in your life? Who has made that impact? And almost everyone said their mother, friend, grandmother. It was different people, but not even one had said it was them. So I said, like, why don't you think that you are responsible for your life? Who you are today is because, first you should acknowledge yourself. And they kind of felt, kind of, I mean, me, like, you mean to say that I should say I am the one who's responsible for whatever changes or the success in my life. I said, it's definitely you. So most of the time we build relationship, we value relationship, but in the process what we forget is to have a relationship with ourselves. So that is seen something as we get it from our mothers, because generally mother are epitome of love, care, kindness. So it is something which is always giving, but they forget to take care of themselves. So statistics says, so I was just going through some data where I saw who takes most of the painkillers. The statistics says women, because when they have pain, though it is even chronic pain, they go after painkillers than visiting a doctor, because exhaustion or tiredness is most of the time seen as proud. I didn't sleep last night, I didn't have time to have breakfast. Most of the women, they always, when they come to work, they say they didn't have time to have breakfast. So in the process, like, self love is something that it is something like they believe it's a sacrifice, or so that has to be changed. And self love is not something that it's bad. You have to love yourself. most of us, when we look at the mirror as a woman, even I have done, I wouldn't say that I was this person, at least 2 3 years ago. So it took me time to realize, because there was a time, because as Lal Goel sir said, I'm someone who had cancer twice. I'm someone who had almost 10 surgeries, 8 surgeries in my abdomen itself. So I'm a woman who carries lots of scars in my body. And I would look at myself in the mirror, and many a times I had felt bad, like my dark circles, and that is what I always used to see. But I never thought in the process that I've overcome all this. Still, I stand as a woman, I'm independent, I'm working, and I completed my PhD at the age of 48, so which is not, that's not that easy. So later, slowly, when I started building a relationship with myself, even the treatment that I take now, it's helping me to heal very quickly. So self love is very important when we look at ourselves. So now I have a practice than doing anything. Every day I look at the mirror, I tell, like, I love you. I know, I look at the mirror to my eyes and I love myself. I would say proudly that I love myself very much. And in the society also, the social media, I should say, again, I just went into YouTube, and I gave like self-care, women's self-care, and I could see lots of grooming, spa, and lots of creams, what all could be used. But sadly speaking, I couldn't see much of videos talking about how a woman has to take care of herself. Basic thing, when we travel in a flight, the flight attendants say, first you should wear your oxygen mask yourself, only then you can save others. So that is what is basic self care is. First you have to take care of yourself, as a wife, as a daughter, as a mother, because this is something that we are passing to the next generation also. So when, if I have a daughter, if my daughter looks at me, because my mother is someone who all her life she sacrificed, so that's what you, that's my brought up like. So I don't want to do that, because I have a son. When he looks at me and thinks that, okay, mother is someone who has to sacrifice a breakfast, a sleep, or a, even a time of solitude, that he will expect from his wife. So it is a cycle which is happening, that has to be stopped. So self care again is not about going for expensive. So when, again, when we speak about self care, people think that it's very expensive, we have to go for some therapies or some spa. That's not it. It is a very simple thing. At least if you cannot afford 1 hour or half an hour a day, just sit, speak to yourself. That itself heals a lot, because me as a person, when I do not get much time to go for many things, but one thing meticulously, no matter what I do for myself, is I spend at least 1 hour a day with myself. I speak to myself. It's me time. So that me time is only me. So that gives me happiness. So whatever small things makes a big difference, because if we do not do that, as said, like as organ donation, uh, this is a quote that I took. Self love teaches us the value of life, self care helps us to protect life, and organ donation allows us to gift life. So if you have to gift your life, what you have to do is first love yourself. So this is something which has to go very strong. There are changes happening, but still long way to go. It's not, you should not feel that you are selfish to say, you should not feel shy to say that you love yourself. So once you start, the basic thing that you can do is appreciate even small things that you do. Don't wait for others, don't wait for validity, don't wait people to come and say that. You appreciate yourself, even maybe however small thing it is, even for a day. As Miss Shweta was saying, gratitude, that goes a long way. So when we say gratitude for others, say gratitude to yourself too, for your body, for carrying you, for your mind, for being strong. If you have a rejection, it is okay. If you have a failure, it is fine. Still, you are strong, you are beautiful, you are worthy. So that you should practice everything, and that doesn't cost a penny. So I believe every woman should do that, least at least for themselves, and then slowly progress forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Dr. Brinda Shine. Again, giving very strong views. And I, me, myself, which is a phrase which we always use, but you have used, what you said is very correctly, that instead, in spite that we should only take care of the therapies, etc., why not we enlighten ourselves? Why not we love ourselves? Why not we take our body, ourselves? And that is what is required today. And one more thing which is very important for this generation should know, at least your generation, like what you said, that when a son has saw the mother doing work, sacrificing her life, he passed on the same thing and he expects the same thing from his wife. And that generation to generation it is passing on, especially in India. But now the time is changing, the new generation is changing. They understand the difference, that it should not be there, and they want that the no difference between boy and girl should be there. But it's still miles to go. But thank you very much. And I was not telling, but now you have mentioned, I can tell very proudly that Dr. Binda Shine, who is a 2 times cancer survivor, is still again the cancer has relapsed and she is struggling. But I'm very proud to say, not at all having any problems or any tension she's passing. She takes life and she's very positive. She says, I've overcome twice, I will overcome again. Because she loves herself, she loves this thing. So thank you very much. Now I think everyone is again on the board. We still have some time. Dr. Urvashi Mittal, you have heard now everyone. What you say, because you have heard what Ms. Shweta has mentioned and Dr. Binda Shine has mentioned. They put their views, but the views are very clearly mentioning that one must care herself, one must love herself, and definitely then comes the organ donation. What you say now?
Thank you for the second chance again, sir. Again, though I was here, but I was not here because son-in-law is here. So, but I just heard about Vinda. So, Vinda, a salute to your spirit and all the best and good wishes to you. And I know only one thing: it's better, easier said than done. So, when we say something with our own experience, that comes out better, because we say it with our all good intentions, positivity, and with our experience. So like, whenever we talk about self-love and self-care, even I did not understand. Even I kept others before me. But when I realized my body is suffering and I can serve others only as long as I am fit, then this concept of self-love and self-care dawned on me. So the same thing now, when the people who know it, who've experienced, they can tell others. And as far as considering both the sexes equal, both the genders equal, of course, thank you to this new generation. But again, sir, from this platform, I will say that again, voluntary, we attach so much of importance to it. So like, if you still ask me, with everything, there was a movie Kind Ki. So there the boy, he became a chef and he preferred to stay at home willingly because that's what was his forte. He thought he was better at it. And the girl, she was outside. And again, these days, because both of them earn and both of them, they are not like just mere husband and wife. They are partners. They care for each other and they give importance. So again, it is not about the gender, but it is about the willingness. So I believe we must attach that importance to willingness, and yes, unnecessarily torturing others. So when in my first time when I spoke, I forgot to touch this, then why it's an atrocity every time done on female gender. So that should not be done. And I believe, sir, my daughter said, Mummy, come, let's do it. So I'm so very much enthused. And yes, slowly, gradually, with everything in limit. Like these days, we just have 2 children, one son, one daughter, whatever. So now all these things which was just theoretical till now, they are actually become practicals, and we are feeling that there's no difference. I'm blessed with 3 daughters and I grew them up like sons. And my mother told me that daughters, it's all about a worthy child, not about a male or a female. So if everyone thinks like that, and again, self-love and self-care, when we start understanding the values, and thank you to, that's why these Zoom panel discussions, they play such important role, because here the audience may be limited, but when you give us the Zoom link and when we put it and when we further spread it through our social media, then the word definitely goes out. And when they hear people across the globe sounding the same thing, going in the same direction, then there are people who are ready to follow. There are some people who are the trendsetters, who are the change makers, who are the go-getters, and there are others who sit and wait. Let's see where the wind is drifting. I'll just join in. So those people who are ready, who are willing, but they just want to see the wind drifting, then they join in. So thank you, sir. So this program makes so much of sense for that. And yes, obviously there's no difference. There should not be any difference, but willingness matters so much, and we must pay salute and we must attach importance to willingness. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Urvashi Mittal. Your Again, I will say strong views, but thank you very much. Miss Shweta, you have heard what Dr. Urvashi Mittal and previously Dr. Brinda Stein has mentioned. Your last comments.
Yeah, all I have to say that, as she mentioned, that this is a beautiful platform which we all have received, and definitely sharing, the wisdom and knowledge we have gained in all these years matters a lot. And it teaches, not only us, but to all the contributors that how to, make a difference. So I think we are going beautifully and under your guidance, and, we would love to learn more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shweta. Although your husband was holding the very important post at Agra and is still now very topmost in Air Force. So thank you very much for giving the time. Again, Dr. and Dr. Binda Shine, candle in front of you. You have to, yeah, please.
Rotarian, before Brinda speaks, she is a very good example of tenacity on the earth. Something like 8 surgeries, 2 cancers. Look at her beaming with a smile. So she says, come what may, I'm not going to look at it as a problem. I'm going to look as opportunity to find solution. Those who don't find problem in life and find solution are the one who are powerful people and they move. Dr. Ghazala there in Wales, you heard her story. What an inspiration. This is not just women's self-care and love. This is for both the genders. That whatever comes in the life, take it with a proportional risk and find solution. And that's what we do in our life. When we are crossing the road, we are calculating the bus speed, the dogs and the cows moving, then our brain is calculating, doing complex and say, okay, time to step and we can cross across. So we find solution. So Brinda, you are a very good example, self-healer. Are you a medical doctor or is it a doctorate you did?
Thank you so much. I'm a doctorate. I've done a PhD in POCSO and juvenile justice. Having said that, actually, I'm a Bharat Sevak Samaj award holder. I'm writing my autobiography. They have requested me to write because I'm also someone who has been molested in childhood, and that is the reason I took POCSO and juvenile justice. So that is something that I went through, and most of my health issue was a trauma that I was carrying for a long time. I'm thankfully my PhD helped me to heal that. So actually, I'm writing my autobiography. So having said that, even I had my own. There was a time where I used to hate. Sorry, I'm intruding. Is it okay? Can I speak?
Yeah, carry on. You're talking. It's your
There
time.
was a time I used to hate myself. I used to hate myself so much that there was a time I even looked at the mirror and spitted at myself because I had to share. I have nothing to hide. My book is coming. So I had a very bad divorce after 23 years. So my husband said that I am not, he doesn't feel I'm a woman. So that was something, you know, I went so low after all this, all the things that I stood with him. So that was a time when I started hating. So that, for a year, I hated me so much. Then I thought it's not about me, it's about him, it's mindset. So I'm so much blessed. God has never let me, God or universe or whatsoever. So I've stood tall, and I'm here to inspire many women wherever I could. Still, I'm working, I'm under my treatment, and my organization is so helpful. Even they know that what I'm going through. So the love and support that I get from around, that's something I also share with them, and then I also receive. So now I thank every part in my body. I thank my fingers. So gratitude, something I meticulously do before I go to sleep. I thank my leg, I thank my hands, everything in my body for carrying me and keeping me so strong, even after whatever I went through personally, physically, emotionally, whatsoever. But I'm happy with it. Nothing is, touching me now. So
And Brinda,
this platform is something that is helping me to even share my things. So I'm grateful for that too. I'm grateful to Rotary also because I was chosen there. So again, that's a blessing in my life.
absolutely, Brinda. A platform like this is for everybody. You've got a huge family here. You be the best version that you can every day. And from child molestation to several surgeries to be degraded, not being made to feel like a human being. Look at you now. You can ride any waves in a rough ocean. You are a very good example. And this is the right time for me to quickly ask 30-second question to you and Shweta and to Urvashi. What do you think men can learn so the women can self-care and self-love? Just your 30-second answer. Over to you, Brinda.
The question was not audible. I'm sorry.
What can we teach men so the women can self-care and self-love?
To teach man is to respect women, same as they also have. One thing that we should teach is like Asan or men, it should respect. So respect brings love, respect brings care and everything. First thing is basic, respect them as human too. They are not slaves, they are humans. So respect is something that has to be taught, I believe.
Then you have Brinda says, respect your women, whether it's your sister, mother, sister-in-law, or girlfriend, or a lover, or your spouse. Sweta, what have you got to say?
Yeah, so I want to say that, as I consider Purush and Prakriti, man and feminine in the same, vehicle wheels, they're two wheels of the same vehicle. They have to go hand in hand, and the mutual understanding is what I have been understanding, from this prospect, that there has to be a mutual understanding and a space. If the space is given, like the way I give space to my husband, he also gives the space to me. That is why we both are growing beautifully, abundantly in our lives. So the space and the mutual understanding and self-respect. Definitely. So I think that gives the answer.
Brilliant. So respect is very important. Earlier, we talked with a lot of women, and they say sense of humor in a man actually enhances a woman. They say
Yeah.
that giving space to the women is very important. Sometimes getting simple tasks for women, so they feel that they are not doing the mundane tasks just for you, and the women can reciprocate. So it's so beautiful. Thank you very much, Rotarian Lal Goyal, as usual. You bring in so many wonderful contributors almost every Sunday at Healing Our Earth, and the story continues on and on. Healing Our Earth just shares knowledge, unity, love, and harmony with the people to create a global community. Thank you very much, Rotarian.
Thank you, and global namaste to you.
Global Namaste. We are now going to move to USA and UK. We've got Neetal, we've got Daniela, we've got Christopher, who's going to give the men's view. We've also got Sri Shivam. We've got so many people to line up over here. And Kailash, let's have a short chat with Neetal, who is going to give confidence how to talk in public. Because she herself is a very good public speaker. She likes dolling up and going on the stage and being on television, being on radio, which is again very good, important for women. And then we'll go to Daniela as well, as soon as Sharon is over here, so we can chit chat. Global namaste to you, Nital. And what self-confidence can be instilled in women?
First of all, global namaste, and to all the speakers. Brindaji, I have to bow my head to you. Your story touched me in so many ways. My goodness, it's truly a hard act to follow up on because your tenacity, as Neil Kumar said, is just beyond. Now, sorry, Neil, what was your question again? Sorry, what did you ask me? I'm so excited by the previous speakers that I've forgotten what you just asked me.
No problem. Let's start all over again. Women confidence, women self-esteem is very important.
Oh wow. Well, just I have this is truly from the heart. I have been brought up in a home where I've had a very empowering parents. I've got and I've mentioned it many a times on here that I've got a girl dad. My dad puts his daughters on a pedestal. He's truly believed in us. He's never said no to us. He's broken all boundaries. So all the air beneath your wing on my right is my father, and on my left is my mum. My mum, she has this attitude where just try it, just do it. don't be scared. So from a very young age, I'd say about 6, 7 years old, whenever we used to have any events, especially at the Mandir, we just used to get up on stage, perform, speak, and confidence was never an issue. I must admit, when I went to high school and you go through adolescence and you go through all these kind of changes, becoming conscious of your voice, your body, how you look, all that happened. But then I had an opportunity to go to work for Walt Disney World in Orlando for 1 year, and that's where I blossomed. I feel I blossomed the most there. My ability to talk publicly, speak publicly, live alone, cook alone, become independent. That's where I started to blossom. And any fear, well, I mean, I never ever had fear to kind of make friends and feel good around people. That was never an issue. And I don't think confidence was an issue, but going on stage, I didn't think I could ever, stand in front of 30, 40,000 people and not feel scared. I wasn't. I had slight nervousness, but I feel at home. The stage, radio, television has become a safe space, almost like a spiritual place for me. And I feel it's just God speaking through me. So that's where I've got the confidence from. And I work hard at it. I feel I do work hard at it. And I don't think of the consequence because, my guru always has taught us, Puja Mahant Swami Maharaj and Brahma Swami Maharaj, that hard work plus prayers equals success. And no matter what, if you combine both of them together, it might not be the success you thought it might be, but it's still a success, and I'm okay with that. And even from a social media perspective, I post hundreds of content. I have millions of people accessing and coming onto my account, and it's never for the follows, it's never for the likes. It's simply because this is a post I like, and I know that someone else who might read it might feel motivated, might brighten up their day. And it's as simple as that. So stop chasing likes and views. I've started to chase the famous film, what was it, Three Idiots. I've started to chase excellence, and I'm good with that, and that's where the confidence comes from. But I do, and I guess also, like I said, I'm blessed that I have a huge a strong support system, and just some amazing well wishers who motivate me to do better every single day. And I hold a high standard for myself as well.
So Nicole, what you are trying to say is you try to be the best version of yourself every day.
The best and most compassionate version of myself, yes.
And therefore, you can't go wrong because your heart is clean and it's here to deliver for the people. Then nothing you do can be wrong because they are called incidental errors, if ever there is. The most expert of the people can make error.
Yes.
But because they love the audience they are speaking to, or the crowd they are speaking to,
yes,
or the attendees they are speaking to, the whole idea is to deliver the best. And therefore, confidence will rise and you will be good. And Nita, you of course love dolling up, you love outfits, which is very, very important. Today we wanted to discuss that. So Nita, stay around. We want to still chit chat with you again.
Sure.
We're just going to go to the States and we bring Sharon in as well.
Sure.
You will, of course, like her. She's a senior host and she plucked up a courage in front of crowd when she was so many decades back when she went and danced in front of them. And then she narrated and she did skits and dramas and dancing and everything. And she went to India where her choice of her guru was Sitara Devi, then a very famous name down there in India. Everybody wanted to be a student of Sitara Devi. A global namaste to you, Sharon. How are you? You can unmute yourself, Sharon, if you unmute yourself.
Global namaste, everyone. I'm here in Colorado, where the fires are unbelievable. Smoke is everywhere. And
so you have the fires now, correct?
Well, not here. Yeah, but there, what did somebody say? It's about a quarter of the state is burning up.
And your America is on a heat wave.
Yeah, here, no, the heat here isn't so bad, but the smoke, the air is full of smoke.
So maybe your state hasn't, but America is in a warning of a heat wave. And
Oh, yes.
our heat wave starts from tomorrow. And London is not used to have constant heat wave, not just London, UK. We are not equipped to have several days of heat wave. So this weather has taken toll everywhere. Maybe we need women empowerment to bring good energy and bring that Shakti to say that we can alleviate heat and everything.
Well, we need, Mother Earth, the great mother.
Yes.
We're healing our earth, aren't we? Here we are healing our earth. And so we need to really send our prayers because there's earthquakes, there's all kinds of things going on. Yes. My dear friend Hannah Strong, who was a major environmentalist, and John Milton, we're getting together to do some prayers this week to see if we can bring rain because we've had a terrible drought. And so let's see what we can do, what we can accomplish.
Absolutely. Sharon, we're going to move to Daniela here because she needs to go to a forward appointment. So over the next 15 minutes, if you chit chat with her, Nikhil, stay around. We want to come back with your confidence and how women can pluck courage to talk in public, please. Thank you. Sharon, over to you. Let's introduce Daniela and bring some wisdom, self-care, and self-love for the women.
Global Namaste, Daniela. It's so nice to see you again.
Thank you so much. I've been so looking forward to this, and I so appreciate the invitation. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So Daniela Hess works with women across many ages and life stages. Above all, she is a midlife mentor, and the heart of her work is guiding women between 35 and 60 through one of the most profound and least supported transitions of a woman's life. This season, spanning perimenopause, menopause, and the years beyond, is not a problem to fix. It is an initiation. And most women have been profoundly undereducated about what is actually happening in their bodies, minds, emotions, and sense of self during this time. I'm really looking forward to hearing all about this and hearing more about you and the work that you do.
Thank you so much. I love the title of this afternoon, Self-Care and Self-Love. And I sat with the word self-care this week to really feel into, well, what is that really? And I think if I had a magic wand, I would give back the phrase self-care, because I think there's an upgrade. Somewhere along the way, at least in the United States, self-care got a little small. It became a bath, a candle, or a product that you buy when you're already running on empty, instead of your daily practice that would have kept you from running on empty in the first place. There's a physician that I greatly respect, Dr. Sarah Gottfried, and she said, a steward doesn't own the land. A steward is accountable for its condition. A steward doesn't own the land. A steward is accountable for its condition. So if I had a magic wand, I would upgrade the word self-care essentially to self-stewardship, because it is so much more than a spa day. It is a woman's daily relationship with her body. And it's built on the foundation of attention, not neglect, and neglect can be innocent, and on long-term thinking instead of whatever gets you through the next hour. But a good steward, they walk the land before planting anything. And then a steward of land waits and watches to see how it responds. A steward doesn't mine the land for one good season and then leave it exhausted for another 10 years. A good steward of earth works with what keeps it producing year after year and decade after decade. So for the next 20 minutes, we're not going to talk about, taking baths or having a glass of wine or booking a massage. And notice as we go, every layer that we're going to walk through has now a self-care version, which in the United States can often be more about soothing and coping, and everything has a self-stewardship version. They are not the same and they are not the same practice wearing two different names, okay? They actually ask completely different questions of a woman. So let's first talk about the 4 layers that every woman and what they need to steward for themselves as a woman in midlife. A woman needs to steward her physical layer, the mental and emotional, the spiritual, and the relational. So I want to start with the physical layer because I think that's the foundation upon which everything else really is built and connects. So the one thing about tending land, there's one thing about tending land that we haven't actually walked. You can't steward what you haven't read yet. And many of us have not in midlife been taught about our own biology or how to read it. Currently in the United States, 1 in 6 women is living with an autoimmune condition. And for many of those women, it reveals itself in midlife. In midlife, 1 in 4 women in the United States is on an anti-anxiety or an antidepressant medication. This is often without anyone ever checking their thyroid, her ferritin, her hormones, especially testosterone, or her cortisol. So for women in midlife in the US, we're treating more of the smoke, but we're not looking at what's causing the fire. I lived this myself. I'm in my mid-50s, and for 7 years, I was told by very kind, well-meaning doctors that all my labs were normal. However, I had fatigue that didn't lift. This is very common for women in midlife. Brain fog, severe enough that I Googled one night the symptoms of early onset dementia. My hair was coming out in the shower, and I was bloated every time I ate. And every single time, I was told everything was fine. But underneath what was going on for me, it turned out there was something that nobody talks about, what's going on for women in midlife. And this is where I want to pause and speak to inflammation. This is a huge problem for women in midlife. Again, we're not talking about this. And inflammation is not some mystery illness. It is your immune system's alarm response, meant to run for just a few days and then to shut off. But by some estimates, as many as 70% of us right now are walking around with some level of chronic inflammation, known or unknown, and it's now considered to be a root driver of most modern illness and disease, not just a side effect of it. So most people often innocently think, well, inflammation means red hot and swollen when you touch it. Now, true, this is acute inflammation. It's the kind you can see. Chronic inflammation, which is so common for women in midlife, never looks like that. Chronic inflammation looks like fatigue that sleep doesn't touch. It looks like brain fog, joint aches that move around without any clear cause. It reveals itself as skin that doesn't calm down, hives, acne, eczema, random rashes, or a stomach that's bloated after anything you eat. Inflammation also looks like weight that doesn't move no matter what you cut out or restrict. Inflammation in midlife looks like headaches that show up like clockwork, mood swings that you really can't explain, and waking up as tired as when you went to bed. It can look like getting sick more often and healing slower when you do. So for women in midlife, there's so much on their shoulders. None of what I just mentioned reads as an emergency. So for a lot of women in midlife, this is the problem because it runs low and quiet for years. And then inflammation that's been chronic finally has to land somewhere. For many women in midlife, it lands in the thyroid, the joints, the gut. And that's when it finally gets named. For many women in midlife, this becomes, oh, you have an autoimmune diagnosis. But what that really is often is inflammation that has found an address within the woman, has found a home. So underneath mine, I had a gut lining that had been damaged for years, letting inflammation run like a current through my system until it did become an autoimmune condition. Now, my doctors, they weren't negligent. They were reading the right data through the wrong lens. And this is another issue that's happening on the physical layer for many women in midlife in the US. We're told that our labs say everything looks normal, but normal ranges and optimal ranges are two completely different questions. Conventional medicine uses normal ranges, and normal ranges are built from a sick population average. Normal ranges say, are you sick enough to treat? Optimal, on the other hand, says, where do your numbers need to be when you get your labs for you to actually thrive? This is the same blood, the same woman, and two entirely different questions. Now, for women in midlife, perimenopause can begin as early as 35, and it unfolds for as many as 17 years. Progesterone is the first hormone to go, and sometimes a full decade before menopause. Think of progesterone as the calming hormone. So when it drops, naturally a woman in midlife is going to feel levels and sensations of anxiousness that she isn't used to. There may be the sensations of restlessness or feeling tired during the day and wired at night. So this is where women are inadvertently being given anti-anxiety medication or sleeping medication when nobody has checked her progesterone. So the stewardship question, that's different than the self-care question, right? Self-care says, what can I do for myself today that's going to feel good? Stewardship asks, what does my body need to keep generating the energy and clarity that I need for decades? Now, for many women in midlife, the second thing that is imperative that they have checked is a full thyroid panel, not just TSH. We need free T3 tested, free T4, reverse T3, thyroid antibodies, TPO, TGAB. We need to know what our ferritin levels are because an improperly working thyroid and low ferritin is going to mimic anxiety or depression. So we want to be asking our doctors for these full panels. And it's not a big ask, friends. There's nothing ridiculous about asking for these. We want to ask them by name. We need to know what our numbers mean and not if they only fall in the normal range. We want to understand what's optimal. Now, here's what many women are never told in the United States. If you have a ferritin level of 15, it is considered normal through conventional ranges. However, through functional lens, anything under 50 will have you losing your hair as soon as you enter midlife. And you often need your ferritin levels closer to 70 before it even grows back. So women are being told who have a ferritin of 15 or 8, it's just a little under normal. But what it feels like, if those are your numbers, you're going to feel like you are dragging through your entire day. Everything you do is going to feel like a push. So conventional medicine is not entirely speaking this same language yet. More often in the US, it is our homeopathic doctors, our naturopathic, our osteopaths, and our functional medicine practitioners who are a little bit ahead of the curve serving women in midlife right now. So I thank them. We can't spend as women in midlife 30 years running our bodies on caffeine and willpower and then wonder, why is this not making the energy that I need of my body? Stewardship means reading the land long before it collapses, not after. So let me talk for a moment about what actually drives this collapse, because it's never just one thing. And some of us may not love this list, okay? One of the first drivers of inflammation in our culture is sugar. It is processed food, and it is chronic stress that has been running for so long, you don't even identify it as stress any longer. You know, if you had actually asked me in my 30s or my 40s whether I was a woman living in chronic stress, I would have wondered, are you looking at me? Are you asking me? I wouldn't have understood or related to the question. Now, looking back, it's almost hard to bear how much chronic stress I was carrying and how normalized that was at the time. So the hormone shifts of midlife itself, they quietly remove one of the body's brakes, the built-in brakes on inflammation, estrogen. Estrogen is an anti-inflammatory. So when it declines in perimenopause, along with progesterone, and in menopause, inflammation loses one of its strongest checks. So here's my own rule that I give my clients, and it costs nothing. You'll all get this. If your great-grandmother does not recognize what's on your plate as food, it's not food. Here's the second rule, and it's just as simple. How many things that you put on your skin, your shampoo, your lotion, your makeup, would you actually eat? Because if you can't eat it, think twice before you put it on your body. Every single day, because so many of the products here in the US are hormone disruptors, and they're carrying toxins into our bodies, and our body has to hold it somewhere. So I actually went through and had my own toxin levels tested, half expecting someone to tell me all of what I'm saying is a little overblown and it's not really a big deal. My results came back off the charts. So I consider knowing how healthy you are to be stewardship too, especially in the US. These are small, daily, unglamorous steps of stewardship. But I say this to you as somebody on the other side of it. I get to live caffeine-free. All of my food is only fresh cooked. I have under 10 grams of sugar a day, and I have more energy and clarity in my 50s as a woman in midlife in the United States than I did in my 30s. So let's sear the following phrase into our memories, okay, and pass it on to others. The quality of your energy will always determine the quality of the experience of your life. I don't say this like as a motivational phrase, right? This is a biological fact. Now, there's the mental and emotional layer of the woman in midlife is also impacted significantly, the mind and the heart, because this is really where self-stewardship gets practical fast. So much of midlife arrives as an identity question that nobody tells us about. It's not a crisis, it's a question. We have these body composition changes with no real education and often no change in what we're eating. And a woman who once felt like she knew who she was might suddenly feel unrecognizable to herself. So the question underneath it in the US currently isn't, who am I in my well-being? It's more like, who and what am I in my weight gain, my hair loss, my fatigue, my overwhelm, and my bloat? You know, there's an innocence in our not knowing this about ourselves in our culture, in our country. This is not a personal failure. This is a whole systemic failure that can be changed one woman at a time. So, and nobody may have handed you, some of you listening to this, a map, but this is a map you can trust. You know, self-stewardship asks something of our mind also that self-care never does. Stewardship asks you to read the signals instead of managing them away. When you hit that wall in the afternoon between 3 and 5, midlife women oftentimes think, God, what's wrong with me? Am I just lazy? But that's your body giving you data. Or midlife women may be feeling dread before saying yes to one more thing, before your mouth even finishes the sentence. This is data too, what you feel in your body when asked to do something, to put something more on your plate. Women may be feeling an appetite that feels like it's gone strange, louder or more quiet. You know, all of this is information. And for most of us, it's been coming to us for years, but we didn't know what to call it. Self-care says push through or numb it with whatever gets you through the hour. I did that. Chai, mate, Swedish fish. Self-stewardship asks a different question. What is this feeling actually telling me about what I've been asking about my body and my mind to carry? And what is it asking me to finally shift in my life? There's a question I love from the Ayurvedic tradition, and it works for everything. Does XYZ strengthen and nourish me, or does XYZ deplete or weaken me? That can be what you're looking on. That can be about food, what's on your plate. It could be about your schedule. It could be about the people in your life. It works on everything. Does XYZ strengthen and nourish me, or does XYZ deplete me and weaken me? Truth rises faster than thought. That question will never steer you wrong. You may not like what you hear, but the truth is there. And I want to share with you one more practical tool, because our body is always talking to us. And oftentimes through the phrases you may catch yourself saying to your closest friends and those you trust. Listen to your language in midlife. If you hear yourself saying things like, well, I'm just hanging in there, or I am tired to my bones, this is not a figure of speech, friends. This is data. If you hear yourself or your friends, your sisters saying, I don't feel like myself, don't rush to explain it away. Get curious, because our bodies are giving us information, and self-stewardship is about deep listening to ourselves. And one more piece that is important to touch on, the brain fog that women experience in midlife, where that word won't come, standing mid-sentence, reaching for a name that you've said 1,000 times, but it's just gone. For many women, this isn't a decline. This is her hormonal system asking for support. And for most of us, it actually improves when the body is resourced once again. And then there's the emotional weight that so many midlife women carry. In the United States, the highest rates of anxiety, depression, feeling unrecognizable show up in this season of life for women. This is also when the season of life when the suicide risk peaks for women. I say this because it's important that we all know that about ourselves and about our loved ones. Because, if what I'm describing today for you or someone in your life, you can see it feels heavier than just hormones, we don't want to carry that alone. We want to reach out to someone. Self-care might say, think more positively about it, or everybody's tired, just keep going. But stewardship asks you a harder question. What has my mind been carrying, maybe unsupported, for too many years now? And what would it take to give myself the real support that I need? Now, lastly, I want to talk about the spiritual layer for women in midlife. Joseph Campbell said, we are not just here to simply feel happiness. We are here to feel the rapture of being alive. His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, said when asked, what is the purpose of life? He said, to embody the transcendent. We can't relax into our transcendental nature when our mitochondria is running on fumes. You will not, a woman in midlife is not going to feel the rapture of being alive when her nervous system is locked in survival. The body isn't like the footnote to our spiritual life. The body is our access to our spiritual life. It is the vessel through which every experience of grace, of connection, and of love actually moves through. So when I say stewardship is sacred, I mean that literally, not poetically. Taking your own upkeep this seriously is never about vanity or indulgence or self-absorption. Taking your own upkeep this seriously is the necessary precondition for actually being able to inhabit your own soul. A depleted body cannot hold a resourced spirit. This is physiology. I know this because I lived this, and on the other side of it. And when my system was so inflamed and dysregulated, I felt dense, I felt disconnected, I felt separate. What used to be my direct experience of spirit, of God, felt like a memory, because something that I knew that was real, but I no longer could feel, I couldn't feel it settle inside me anymore, and it was heartbreaking. So this is the reframe that I want to leave you with this layer. Self-care asks us sometimes to escape our body for a moment. Again, in the United States, it's common that self-care is considered a bath, a glass of wine, or just kicking back and relaxing and scrolling through our phone. Stewardship asks us to return to our body, so spirit has somewhere wonderful to land, not an escape hatch, but a home. And I like to think about this kind of like a woodworking shop. You know, we can't build anything of value in a shop that has no power, no working tools, or no light. The craftsmanship, the meaning, the beauty, all of that depends on a working shop first. So think of your spirit as the craftsman, your body the shop, and stewardship is the daily work of keeping the lights on so that the craftsman has somewhere else to work. Thank you.
That was just amazing and beautiful and so enlivening and so full of information. Daniela, what can I say? Really, your knowledge, your beauty, your radiance just pours forth onto the screen, and I am so delighted to be getting to know you. You have so much to offer women. Right, Neil?
Sharon, the beautiful, simple thing that she shared, not being a woman, the after things we just like to take the word for it. She said that if you have got whatever on your plate at your dinner table, and if your grandmother or great grandmother doesn't recognize that, chances are that is not healthy food because they are mainly processed food, which are governed by food companies now. I very much agree because just going only 200 years back, we didn't have genetically modified foods. We didn't have to worry about organic food because everything was organic. They were grown either in a farm or farmer Arthur or farmer Fred was growing them and sharing with the neighbors. Remember the time sharing even in your young days, you remember sharing food with your neighbors. I come from Africa, and if any special dishes were made, our mother would pack them in the tins for the nearby neighbors so they can enjoy, and likewise, they would reciprocate. The other thing Daniela said, and 75 to 80% I agree with her, as soon as you got a medical condition, if you rub anything on your skin that you will not send or you will not eat, then don't put it there because it's a chemically induced thing just temporarily to enhance your aesthetics and then have a consequences later. Things like perfumes, eye makeups, face makeups. It's very true. So 200 years back, we didn't have makeup companies or anything. The grandmothers and mothers, and they used to use coconut oil, for example, or rub cucumber. Cucumber is still classified as good. You can just put it on your eye to cool your eyes and your black legs and everything. I think if we go back to basic, Daniela is saying just don't ignore the basic. And here is the proof. 20 years back, or even 18 years back, the word perimenopause didn't even exist. It is the current generation who is talking about it. So my mother, I never remember her being moody, or maybe if she was, I wasn't equipped to understand when I was a kid. Okay. And I did see them faced as the current generation. What we must admit is that the women do go through havoc with hormonal changes, which us men will never understand until it happens to us. We don't want it to happen to us, but we need to listen to women when they say what they feel rather than say, okay, stop being silly, it's just a phase and this. I think we need to educate men on current beliefs as well. So Daniela, going back to basic, yourself jumping into Ayurveda as well, understanding the basic life. Sometimes when you grasp basic, then life becomes easy.
Basic is wonderful.
Absolutely.
Oh, simplicity is elegant and powerful.
Yes. And our forefathers, grandmothers, and great grandmothers, they used to love water. They used to love morning sun. They knew that morning sun was not difficult. The UV level and the lights were different. They used to love natural food. They would pick their foods and fruits and actually cook them. Simple cooking. Simple food were always good because the body was designed to take more watery foods and it loved because that's why 70 to 85% of our body, depending on your composition, on your composition, is water. And I think it's so beautiful. Ghazala, you love how Daniela presented herself, and Anjali, you also switched on and you were listening to her. And Anjali, you are the youngest of the lot over here. And maybe now you know what the perimenopause is because you're the youngest of the lot. Still not young, still not old enough to get perimenopause, but you are there. Isn't it wonderful that if we can learn how to go back to basic, if everybody's grandmother were alive, great grandmother, what information Wikipedia would that be? So Anjali, your comment on what Daniela said, then Ghazala, and we then move on to Sharon and others.
I think Daniela said, what your grandmothers couldn't serve you on the plate, that is what we shouldn't be eating. And that's one message. Nowadays we are eating everything which comes like opening a packet and we just, put it in our bodies. That's what estrogen is and all kind of, hormonal issues coming to us. Whatever makeup we are putting, it has to be something which is very naturally made, like oil, coconut oil or something like that, or olive oil as like something which is natural is so important for our bodies because anything which you can't eat, you can't put on your body. So that's simple formula, I think so. Yeah.
Ghazala.
Thank you.
I just have to say, Daniela, just your vocal cord is so soothing, right? Just to listen to you, for me, this information delivered in such calm, cool, calm, and collected way was wonderful to listen. I stepped back because I switched my camera off because I wanted to go audio only with you as well, because visually you're beautiful to look at picture of health as well. But I also switched off because I wanted to listen to just your voice. And if you're doing podcasts and things like that, I'm all for that, to listen to the message, because it not only is we're always empowered with education that has validated something that we can nod our head and say, yeah, I get you. And that's exactly what you shared here today. And that's why I put that message, because I resonated with so much of that. And we're obviously the same age group, so I could understand the different areas. But we also go back to our natural remedies going back generations that served us to be living and for them living and follow through, and it all made sense. But your delivery was absolutely soothing, healing, empowering, and just so glad you're here. So just make sure you keep coming to deliver more.
Thank you so much. I'm so grateful that this has been valuable for you and for those who receive all of our conversations on replay. So thank you so much for that. I really, really appreciate it. Till my final exhale, will support women. Midlife is this most glorious initiation. And thank you for bringing up the point that perimenopause is new, especially in the United States. Like, there are blue zones where women are not experiencing any of this. And we're now starting to understand what perimenopause really is, which we're not talking about that much yet. It's when anything that's been imbalanced in our system in our 30s and our 40s then has to reveal itself. And to me, this is such grace because awareness affords us choice. When you're aware of something, you can make choices to do something differently. And midlife is priming us to become so congruent in our three centers of wisdom, love, and at our solar plexus, power. And a resourced woman is a powerful woman.
And Ghazala, I loved when you mentioned, I was going to bring that point that you and Daniela are nearly in the same age bracket. I think both of you, because Ghazala, you are also a mentor for the women, and you actually go in-person events in a large scale as well, particularly to the places where other people cannot get to, which is your specialty. I think you and Daniela should exchange, Karen, you can put them all together to Amrita, because this is what we love doing at Healing Our Earth. And I love that because there is no medical field for menopause and there are no particular books that you can read, it literally comes from super wisdom that can maybe alleviate, because you can't argue about the hormonal thing. That damn thing that's happening is happening, full stop. But how can you not let it control you, whilst you may not be able to control it? How can you grow in tandem with that? How can you learn to live with it with ease? I think is still a requirement because there is no okay, we got HRT replacement, and all those things, which is only 2 years old, and the data is still coming out. But I think for a woman, all these matters are so important that in years to come it will be very useful. And the current generation of the women go through different stress, different food, and different habits. The grandmothers were very used because they were very versatile. They used to walk, they used to go and fetch water, they used to go and fetch food, they used to go to the farm, they used to go to the market. The current generation does nothing. So the body dynamics have changed. So Ghazala, you and Daniela should exchange ideas both from the diet point of view, culture point of view, general social point of view. Amrita, you will love it because you heard that Daniela mentioned the Ayurveda aspect as well. Life was not easy for Daniela. She had to fight for her health as well. And in so doing, she has learned and mastered where she can now help others. So Amrita, from the Ayurveda point of view, where Daniela from the point and Ghazala likes as well, of course, Anjali practices too. I think it's time when all of you got together and maybe write your own, do your own podcast for women. And Healing Our Earth, you can use the Healing Our Earth platform to broadcast. And who better than Sharon to produce these kind of things?
One more thing, Neil. One more thing.
Yes.
All in, all in.
Sharon will lead.
Sharon,
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
You have no idea, talking about women's self-care, to be at 77 years old, to be putting out a film and 2 music albums, creating them, producing them, it is quite the endeavor. It's quite the endeavor.
And Sharon, the most beautiful part is you are reversing your age. This is what your friends, because they're all connected to me as well, when we make a comment and they do that. So the rebirth that you have taken now, because you feel now you've learned life, look at the leaps and bounds you are coming to. And what a wonderful information that each one of you can share from a different country, different culture, different background, different diet, but all looking towards one thing. Women, you see, if you empower women correctly, then the community can be better. Women lead community much better than men. There are men's specialties, but I think if you empower women, you empower community.
Yes, for sure. If you remember our dear Effie Chow, who my film is dedicated to, she was in her, mid-80s, and she was a powerhouse. But then she was a leader in traditional Chinese medicine and Qigong master. And there are so many tools available for us now. Daniela knows this very well. She's involved with yoga, Qigong, all these practices that our dear Bill Douglas talks about. And I was thinking this week, what would it be like if children from very young learned yoga, learned meditation, learned Qigong?
If they learn to feel joy in their bodies, we associate joy with a wonderful thing is happening and that I like this a lot and it feels amazing. What if we folded joy as sensations in our bodies? If the next generation had that paired together, I think we'd have a very different future.
And Danielle, one doesn't have to go out of the way to do it. This can be done in bed before you wake up. This can be in the chair while you're watching TV. This can be in the car seat while you are driving and stuck in the traffic. All these breathing, exercises, meditation, yoga, tai chi can be done without going out of the way. And that's what we are not doing. We are just we are frustrated and hooting at the people, and we are stuck in the traffic, and we are upset at home. And this is where we need to see.
And
the smartphone has taken us over. The laptop is good thing is that because of that we are connected together, but don't let the instrument control you. You control the instrument. Learn to put it on silent. Don't take it to the loo. That's your personal space. Don't use it while you're cooking. It's your personal space. Don't ask your children or your spouse or your girlfriend via phone message, come down, the dinner is ready. Go to the bedroom, walk up to the bedroom. There are so many things we have forgotten. I'm going to bring the youngest man over here, and I'm going to ask him, has he learned anything from the women today? Acharya Sri Shivam. He takes care of more than 200,000 students there in Pune. He is the dean of a university. He's younger than anybody down here. Acharya Sri Shivam, what have you learned about women today that can help us to learn more about them?
Global Namaste, everyone. And it's so wonderful to hear all of you. And I was very intensely listening to all of you, including you, Neilji. And I totally agree with what you and every speaker has shared. A woman is not just a person. A woman is Shakti. And Shakti, the creative energy, the nurturing energy, and transformative force of existence. And what I believe, even in our Rig Veda, when we see, it says, Tvamev Mata cha Pita Tvameva. It never says Tvameva Pita cha Mata. So it simply refers to the mother first, not the father. And when the question is not whether Shakti is present within you, the real question is your Shakti flowing? Or has it become exhausted by constantly giving without receiving? So I believe that is very important, and that is when the self-care comes. So self-care, most of when I hear from females, they feel so ashamed when they talk about self-care, and especially in India, they think self-care is not my cup of tea. So self-care is not a luxury. It is very sacred way of honoring the divine feminine within oneself. And whenever we sit in silence, we meditate, we breathe consciously, we do dance, laugh, rest, or simply say no. When your heart needs rest, you're not becoming weaker, you're allowing your Shakti to recharge. So, allowing it to recharge is very important. And an exhausted Shakti cannot uplift the world. A vibrant Shakti naturally radiates love, wisdom, compassion, and courage. And it is very important, the need of the hour for all of us to nurture that. And healing our earth begins with awakening the Shakti. And I'm very excited and happy to see today's topic. And I was very busy, but especially for this session, I made some time, and I thought would be wonderful to listen live to the speakers. And healing our earth begins with awakening the Shakti with every woman. And when a woman remembers her inner power, she doesn't just transform her own life, she becomes a source of healing for her family, for her community, and the entire planet. And this is how we can really heal our earth. So today, I invite you to honor yourself, not from the ego, but as a sacred expression of the divine. And today I wish, and let us pray, may your Shakti awaken, may your heart remain open, may your presence becomes a blessing for the world. Thank you so much.
And while you are here, Sri is actually going to produce with Amrita and Hiral on 19th of July, energy healing episode, where there will be so many experts who will be talking about energy healing in a different style, manifestation, numerology, pure energy healing, everything. So it will be so beautiful. And next week, Amrita, we've got Wellbeing Wellness, which is going to be so beautiful, where we are actually going to share with people all the wellness and well-being methods, which could be very useful for human beings. So again, this is for general. I think it'll be so beautiful to share with people on this. Amrita, maybe you can tell us a bit more about it before we continue with our mini chit chat before we close.
Yeah. So next week, we are here with you for the Wellbeing and Wellness episode, The Act with Purpose, Live Unstoppable, which will be broadcasted to you on 12th of July from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
So it's so beautiful. Both the aspects will be covered, well-being from medical point of view to wellness from holistic and spiritual point of view. And the following week, this is where Acharya Sri and Hiral Merchant and Amrita are producing this episode.
Yes, the following week, which is on the 19th of July, we will be broadcasting to you the energy healing episode, Transform Your Energy, Your Life, and Transform Our World Together. And we look forward to have Daniel, Sharon, and many others along with Acharya-ji for this episode.
And Sharon, at the tail end, you always love the best thing, the chi energy over here as well. So it will be beautiful because that means we are completely global and totally inclusive. And then the following week.
The following week, which is on 26th of July, 2026, we are broadcasting Guru Purnima special episode, paying obeisance and showing gratitude to our teachers on 26th of July from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards. And then International Day of Friendship. Friends Forever, we will be bringing to you live on 2nd of August 2026 from 2 p.m. British Summer Time onwards.
And in the picture that you see of a lot of friends here are different healing our earth people in person meeting in different countries where we collected right from the pandemic to now. So it's so beautiful that family goes on and on and on. So it's wonderful and it's so nice. And coming back to today's episode over here, Wellbeing Wellness, so many matters were learned today. So earlier we asked for women, what should men understand about women? So it helps their women, whether they are the girlfriend, spouse, mother, sister, niece, things like that. And one of them was giving them space, sense of humor by men, safety, okay? Maybe also do some of their tasks once in a while so they get a breather, and men can learn that it's not always easy task because women are natural to it, but men can be as well. If women can wash dishes, well, it's not difficult for men to wash dishes either. If women can vacuum home, men can do so. If women can iron the clothes for the children for school following day, men can learn too. And who knows? This is to the men. If you do give them breather, you might get lucky because they might get spare time to do something good for you. So even for that reason, it's good enough. So it's lovely. So Anjali, before we wind down today, your comment of or 3 tips you want women to take home for self-care, self-love.
Believe in yourself and take time out for yourself. You are the center, the fulcrum of the home, work for yourself. So look after yourself. I would say be selfish and look after yourself.
Be selfish and do look after yourself. I love it. Gazala, you did say earlier, but the audience.
Yes, I think before I do, I think we've got Lata on there with
Yeah,
the hand raised.
we'll bring them later. You
Okay,
just
great. So I think for me, I just think every day gratitude even more so, but I think we all need to have a little bit of a laughter as well. I think we sometimes forget the child in us, and we need to bring the child back out and have that conversation that gives us laughter, that gives us the feeling of life back when we're not overthinking. I think we've gone too much in overthink, and we need to just relax ourselves out and either find a laughing joke thing. Just to give you a funny one, this is not the best joke of the house, but I say it every day to senior people that I meet with cancer journeys, but it's sometimes sad, but I say this, I say, I've got a really rubbish joke. You may not like this, you may not find this funny, but let me share it with you. And they're like, go on then. So I say, well, what do you call 2 rows of cabbages? And they all look confused. And of course, in the UK, and it'll be also relevant to some, I say, a dual cabbageway. And they're like, oh, that was simple. I said, it's a cracker joke. It's a dad joke. It's a funny joke, but it's a simple joke. But you know what? They go laughing. They come back to see me. Even the simplest things in life, something that may just be something that you've put a smile on somebody else's face, also ignites itself back to you in some way, because beautiful karma has a nice way of coming beautifully your way. So yeah, today's was a wonderful, enriched program once again. So thank you for that, Neil, and everybody that's contributed to today's program.
Awesome. Daniela, your 3 tips or a point, either for men to learn or for women to share.
I wish every woman knows what they are beyond their identities and their roles in their life. I wish that every woman gets to know herself, that aspect of her that is loving, wise, and powerful, and is beyond the roles and identifications as a wife, as a mother, as a this, as a that. So know yourself, know thyself, and allow yourself to give in to the impulse of that which you uniquely love, that brings the sensation of delight into your beautiful, beautiful temple body. If delight is gardening, if delight is collecting heart rocks, if delight is watching hummingbirds, give your full heart to what brings you the sensations of delight. It is how the divine calls you closer and closer to yourself.
Whatever you do it full-hearted and you might love it. Very simple to follow. So we're getting simple tips over here, which is beautiful. Lata, your 30-second comment, and then we move on to Amrita and Sharon to close.
So good evening. It's evening here now. So yes, I've really enjoyed thoroughly the different speakers and the sessions. Daniela, I really like the way you brought out the spiritual aspect of taking care of our body and how it's a temple and how our minds connect, listen to it, meditate. And I think there's only 5% of the world's population who really can understand that at a level. As sadly as it is, we would love the whole world, and you think, oh, I'm going to go and broadcast this to everyone. But you know, not everybody really grasps this, and that's what's so sad. And the more we try to vibrate our energy, the more, you know, it'll come back to us, like you said. And that's what is worthwhile, you know. Doesn't matter who grabs it, who takes it. And do the things that delight us. It's not just food, it's lots of other things in life that brings us fulfillment and joy. And that's what my experience has taught me in life, is to keep sharing it and to keep giving it. Not everybody understands it, unfortunately, but this is a platform where we can actually give out and interchange. And it was really nice, Neil. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Solata. Solata says share. Enjoy what you do. Mita, have you got a comment? Short comment, and then we from Sharon, and we got. Okay, we can't hear you, Mita. We can't hear you. Your sound is not on. So we cannot hear you. You want to try once more? I unmuted you again. Do you want to try your sound now? Unmute.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Your comment, please.
Okay. Global Namaste, everyone. I'm holding the laptop in my hand, so I actually can't. Let me just get out of
Keep
the
on,
other
keep on talking.
device.
Make your comment, please.
Sorry, I can't do Namaste. Anyway, on Global Namaste, really enjoyed, because, you know, it's so important. We forget being the nurturing. I wouldn't do any, you know, kind of discrimination of gender, but naturally women are nurturing, so they always like to give, and they hardly have time to even think about themselves. And this is a good reminder for us to consider us to be human beings as well. As we give to others, we have to give to ourselves. If our pot is full, is overflowing, then we'll be able to give even more. And if we are not there, the ones who are dependent on us, they will be suffering. So it's so important that we look after ourselves. And thank you very much, Neil, for this program. It's so important. We have more of these programs, more contributors, so that, you know, we take it as a natural progression of life, that we have to do it every day, rather than just when this program comes, it's a reminder. We do it as we brush our teeth, you know. Similarly, we look after ourselves. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mita. So it's so wonderful. Sharon? Amrita, Sharon, Acharya Sri Shivan mentioned Shakti. It means power, you know, and women, of course, are the depiction of Shakti as well, which is very good. We also mentioned one sloka where the mother comes first, and personification of the earth is mother. We call Mother Earth. We call, see, you know, we don't call Father Earth. It's called the Mother Earth. While God is classified gender-wise as it is a man, but then Earth is a woman. So I mean, here is a good personification. You, when you went to India, and I remember you taking your son even at that time and dressed him up as a Krishna and everything, and you actually depicted a dance where you depicted Shakti as well with the power. And that's more than 55, 60 years back when we went to India. So it's wonderful that Acharya mentioned that and you depicted that through your dance. Sharon, I want to know your tips for the women and Amrita's, and then both of you can finish with a full Gayatri Mantra, both each, and then we finish today. And thank you both very much.
Well, the main thing that I want to tell women and all of us is we really, really need to let go relax. Go into nature. Spend time with nature. Spend time in a place where you're away from the screen and your eyes can look out like we do here on the ocean or the mountains or the trees, just the sky. And really just let all those cares and worries and all of the bad news in the world, as we say in the trailer for Quantum Chi, let it all go and just feel what it is like to be alive with your feet touching the earth and your eyes looking out on the beauty of nature and the beauty, all the beauty of this world, rather than what we're told all the time by the media about the horror and Shakti. We are all Shakti. We wouldn't even be alive if Shakti didn't exist within us. So, yeah, it's really important to feel the flow of life, to feel the grace of life, and to feel the beauty of life.
Very simple, Sharon. Beautiful. Simple thing. Let go of things. Don't hurt yourself by burdening on carrying on vengeance, revenge, hatred, because it hurts you and not the person or the item you are thinking of. Let it go. Lighten yourself up. Just think that you are carrying a bag of 20, 30 kg when you're going to the airport. But the moment you check in, you are lighter and you are happier. Same in your body. Don't harbor any hatredness and vengeance and revenge, and you will find life is beautiful. Sharon is very good that you let go of that things. Amrita, we've got Gunesh who has got the hand up. Gunesh, go ahead. What would you like to comment?
Hi, everyone. I am a radiologist, but I am also, I've been a long time meditator. I practice heartfulness meditation. And I very much liked what Daniela said, like, coming back to home, like, to your own spirit as a self-care. And that has been my refuge for many, many years. I've had problems as a child, and we all have problems. And I think what I feel is that I think life is also like paying your karmas, like whatever you have accumulated through different lives or past lives. This life is about, or any life is about, like paying your karmas and then rebuilding yourself. And a midlife somewhere comes where sometimes you've paid some of your karmas, and then and then you are trying to build on something new or something which your probably soul has stirred you to come before destined to come on earth. So it is, I think the stirring is very important to listen to. And I feel gratitude I have felt gratitude really helps and helped me a lot. I read the book, I'm reading the book, it's not fully through, and that's called The Secret, by again a female, Rhonda Bryan, an Australian author. And it's on gratitude, and I would recommend, if any of you, I don't know whether you've read it, or if you like to read, it's a really, really good book, The Secret. And it's basically just connecting your soul to the higher source, for everything and anything you do or you feel or you get, even like a misery or painful, challenging situations in your life, and finding something good in that and building on that. So I would recommend that book. Please, if you get that book, and please read it. And the one practice which I do, apart from meditation, is, I whenever I eat food, I know somebody was saying that before, that when you make food, put your intentions into it, like put your high vibrations into it. But when I eat food, I always like pray, uh, not just for the food, but also to all the farmers or the shopkeepers or the people who have made the food, got that food in our plate, because that's the like the prana, the source, or the energy which we are putting in our body to heal, or to even like get through the day. So I always pray to all these people and to the food, uh, for the peace and joy.
Thank you, Gunesh. Thank you for your comment. And finally, ladies, if ever any man challenges you that we can do anything you can do, or we can do anything you can better than you, take your man and put a weight of 7 pounds on his back. Ask him, actually, you can put it in the front, because really mother carries the child, and the baby is literally in the front part. Either way, ask the man if he can survive with that just for a month, not 9 months. If he can carry a weight of 7 pounds for 7 weeks, or even 7 days, without complaining of backaches and headaches and everything, then the men can challenge you, because they have got no idea what women go through. This experiment was done by our retreat in 1985. Nobody lasted more than 3 days. They didn't find it comfortable. They couldn't go to sleep. They didn't like their backaches and everything. Literally 7 pounds, because that's the world average weight for a baby when they're born. So there you are. You can challenge any man if they can do it. Not for 9 months. Even 9 weeks will be good enough. Then they are Superman. Over to you, ladies. We love you. Women empowerment, self-care, self-love. If you empower women, you empower community. Amrita, Karen, if you can thank everybody, and we finish with Gayatri Mantra. Thank you, everybody, for being part of Healing Our Earth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was lovely listening to you, Daniela, because I was exactly following and thinking about it. I just gave a workshop yesterday talking about the same things, and I was just remembering how our thoughts match from the east to the west, and it's pretty similar. And yeah, these kind of therapies, working on oneself, believing in oneself, and reflecting oneself is very, very important. And as Dr. Ghazala, who has been there from the very beginning for this episode with me, I think agrees, and we are on the same page to think, smile, and see the inner beauty that has come and evolved as a feminist aspect of our being, as a wonderful and a beautiful soul that we are. And as we finish this journey with a 77 years old lady, which I'm always very humble and very happy to host as I wait. And it's been, I think, more than 2, 3 years now, but my family is incomplete without Sharon. And I always look forward to have her and her thoughts with her guests every time, as I begin from India and she finishes on US, from the night to the day, as the clock moves and the time moves, same way our cycle moves. And I think um, your life may always be blooming and shining as the cycle of this time. And we wish all our viewers, as well as our contributors, a very happy and the blissful days and the times to come. So keep smiling, keep sharing. And a bunch of thanks to all the contributors today who have made this episode a very special one. And a special thanks to Dr. Ghazala Japin and her guest, Dr. Rotiran Lal Goelji, Dr. Anjali, Rena, her guest, Heather, and a couple of others, Vishali, Seemaji, as well as Bindu, Sharon, Rotarian Lagwalji, Acharya Shivam, who has been waiting since now, and of course Mitaji Lataji and Karina as well, who could not join, and also Julie, we would like to thank her, and deep condolences on her father's demise. We have her prayers with her whole family as well as with her for supporting her. May Almighty give her power to face this challenging time. Let's wind up this episode with Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Bhur Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodaya Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you all. Love you all.
Thank you.
Good
Thank you
morning,
very
good evening,
much.
wherever you are
Thank
from.
you.
You are all wonderful soul, and see you next week on
Thank you.
Wellbeing and Wellness.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you very much. See you all next week. Bye. Good night.
Bye-bye. See you.
Bye.